Israel strikes another building in Syria. Israel is bombing Syria so much on the regular. So that's from February of this year, right? That's Israel missile strike building in central Damascus.
This is so large.
3 dead in Israel.
Let me see if I can move that. Maybe I can move this over here. It looks so outsized. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's better. It's not quite as fearsome. Not quite as blocking everybody. That's what she said. Yeah, she did. That's what she said. Good evening. Good evening, night. It's the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. What's the great news, Cindy Lou Who? I didn't see it, but I'm excited for it. Hey, reader, you're first today. Lovely reader, reader maid, where would I be without you? Well, Nick, the stated reason that they delayed till May, it's the same old story. It's tedious, but the auditors aren't finished. They're not completed. When the auditors took forever in 2022, they were doing the 2020, 2021 numbers. They took so long it went into 2023. Now they got to do the 2022 numbers. That's what they say. Is it possible that they don't want to make the deal happen or something? I guess. I mean, we can spend our lives trying to see ghosts everywhere, but at some point you got to take people on their word, and I think the bird is the word. Haven't you heard? Bird is the word. So it's that the official explanation is that the audit is taking longer. It wasn't finished by April 1st. We've been down this path before. Is it just BS? I don't know. I don't think it is. But it might be. It might be. But Nick, so if it's anything other than those reasons, I can't explain it. If it's anything other than the audit has taken so long, I don't really know. But what I've been told is the auditors are still working on the audit. It's April 3rd. They were supposed to be done by April 1. They didn't make it. And so I guess using that awful legal expression, in an abundance of caution, they moved it into May, but there's no reason why the acquisition of 1-800 law firm couldn't be settled sooner. It's coming. It's just taking a long, long time. But is there something nefarious that they're lying to us and they don't really want to do it, and they're going to blindside us, and it's a big come on? I don't think so, but only each of us have to judge that for ourselves. 1-800 law firm took a long time in the first instance because it's a bunch of lawyers. Then it took forever because of auditors, third-party auditors that have nothing to do with GTII, nothing. GTII can't speed them up, can't fire them, can't do anything. And to overrun 2022 so that when you present the numbers to the SEC or whatever, whoever's looking at them, you go into them and you say, well, we've got audited figures for 2020 and 2021. And you're sitting there, it's 2023. Well, where's the audited figures for 2022? Oh, well, our shareholders were in such a hurry, we just went ahead with it. That would just be silly in its own right. So it totally makes sense to me that the extra time is necessary for these slowpoke auditors. But I mean, you can see it some other way. You can see it that they're setting it up and they're just going to, I mean, no insiders are benefiting from this. They're not selling. I guess Frank Benedetto owns 4 million shares and he sells stock every month. I don't know, that guy gets around, but, and then I guess a couple of other people are selling some shares every month that are close to the company. But other than that, I don't see anyone benefiting from dragging this out. You are in a stock that has been shorted by criminals for 2.5 years with non-existent stock. They continue to do it. Gary Gensler couldn't give a whit. And you're wondering, where's 1-800 Law Firm? It's important. But the real important thing is when do the buy-ins come? And I guess the 1-800 Law Firm has an impact on that because it could be the dramatic thing that causes the stock to go up. But right now, it's just a battle of endless, without end. They sell stock they don't own, without end. And then you're going to say, well, why are we in it? Are we ever going to win? And again, Nick, I have to put it back to you. At some point, you shouldn't be in the stock and just say, you know what, I'm willing to risk that I'll miss out on the upside, but this anxiety is killing me, and I don't want to take the chance that the stock goes back to 50 cents. So at some point, you say that to yourself, Nick. But the reason this was announced, Nick, on March 31st. Global Tech Industries Group, Inc. This is Friday. That's 3/31/2023. The news announcement from GTII. The headline, Global Tech Industries Group extends closing date with Wildfire Media Corp. And the 1-800 Law Firm brand to May 15, 2023. New York, New York, March 31, 2023, Globe Newswire, GTII on the OTCQB. Global Tech Industries, Inc., GTII or the company, announced today that it had signed a third extension agreement with Wildfire Media Corp., extending the original agreement to May 15, 2023, in order to allow Wildfire more time to complete the 2-year PCAOB audit undertaken by UHY LLP, an auditing firm based in Sterling Heights, Michigan. The 2-year audit is a requirement in order to complete and close the acquisition of Wildfire and the 1-800 Law Firm brand by GTII. So, Nick, that's what it is. Now, if you want to read into that bad things, I would ask, why would they extend it if they wanted to end it? All they'd have to do is, you didn't make our deadline, we're not gonna sign an extension. Why would they announce an extension if they wanted to end it? I don't know, Nick. It can be something to worry and fret about, or it can be, well, makes sense. You need a 2-year audit of the most recent 2 years. We were waiting for 2020, 2021 if we closed the deal in 2022. But hey, you know what? It went into 2023, and now to close the deal, it needs 2021 and 2022 audit to be completed. And for whatever reason, this auditing firm that Wildfire hired is taking their sweet arse time. But what are our choices? What are our choices? Just assume it's nefarious, FINRA's going to stop trading, everything's against us, or that it makes some sense that, they planned on a target date of April 1, they didn't meet it. Well, why didn't they just extend it till April 10th? Because then we'd know it was going to be done in the next week or two. Well, then that's a waste of everyone's time. What if it takes another month? So they put it out to April 15th, and it doesn't mean it's going to take until April 15th. So anyway, that's a long answer to your question, but I really don't. I can see why it's disappointing, but the trading in GTII has nothing to do with that news announcement. If they came out and said the sky was blue, the shorts would start selling the stock. If they came out and said Trump was a great guy, they'd start selling the stock. If they came out and said Joe Biden is the most popular president, they'd start selling the stock. Anything that the company announces, the criminals are going to take as an opportunity to scare you out of the stock and make sure you don't want to own it and make sure that you go away so they can continue their crimes down into oblivion. That's all they're trying to do. So I don't know. I just don't know how to explain it any better. It probably gets as tedious to hear it as it is for me to keep saying it. But the fact is, Gary Gensler and the SEC, the rather voluminous Robert W. Cook, and the FINRA, they don't care. And so people like Kurt Kramer and Hurry at Alpine can continue to sell stock that doesn't exist. They can rob the United States security system out in the open and do it day in and day out because they're Caucasian, they went to the right schools, and they have lawyers. And they contribute to charities and to the Democratic Party. And maybe the Republican, who knows. But they have rights. They're raising families. They're just young boys from Long Island. Don't pick on them. They have a right to make a living. They have a right to strip it out. Their hands have never been sullied by carpentry work or ditch digging or road work, working on the line, driving a truck, in the back rooms, kitchens, restaurants. Don't tell them that they have to do that kind of work. I mean, Kurt Kramer worked on Wall Street for about 2 years. He was at 4 or 5 firms in the same 2 years. He didn't want to do that. That's work. Are you kidding me? That's beneath him. All he wants to do is to sell stock that doesn't exist, hire lawyers to get his ass out of jail, and tell anyone that accuses him of being a criminal, hey, lay off of me. I'm just, my brother and I, just 2 guys from wherever the heck. Great Clam, New York, just trying to raise a family. You can't pick on us. Yeah, you know, the CEO knew what he was signing. Investors, they should have known that what they were buying. Don't blame it on us. And if it takes a while for GTII to get all of their ducks in a row, get the filings done properly, get everything filed correctly with the SEC, because the chairman can go to jail if he doesn't do it. It's securities fraud if he doesn't do it. He has to have a prospectus. He has to have filings that are accurate with the SEC. He's a publicly traded company. Well, that's not on me, Kurt Kramer. Why should I worry about that? I don't have to file anything. I don't have to audit anything. I don't have to explain why the stock is or isn't worth any money. All I have to do is just sell every day. And if I get in trouble, I can call up 6 or 7 of my buddies and they can gang up on the stock for a while. And then the retail people, even as it's being explained to them, are going to wonder why it must be wrong. The stock keeps going down and down and down, and they keep selling. All we have to do is outlast retail, because we're in the right. We're just two boys from New York. People pick on us, but we're just trying to make a living. We deserve it. People in retail don't deserve to make money. They don't deserve regulators. Hey, it's caveat emptor. For GTII to finalize the acquisition of 1-800 and law firm, it requires a 2-year audit. I can't explain why the auditor is so slow. My guess is it's their bit of power. And my guess is that's how they get paid, by the hour. I doubt it's a one-off price. So I can't explain it any better, Nick. It's disappointing, but I just don't know what to say. All I can tell you, the stock is trading on over 500,000 to 1 million shares a day. There was a time when it would trade 100,000 or less. The last trade is 160, 159, 160, down 23 cents. It's a perfect time if you want to get out before it goes to 50 cents. Perfect time. And there's other stocks out there you can buy, Nick. I personally wouldn't do that, but I can't tell you what to do. But at the same time, the company cannot control what a third-party firm does with their time and their efforts, the auditing firm. It's not up to GTII. Remember, that's one of many items that GTII has in the hopper. But this trading today, there's no real selling. Nick, did you sell? I doubt it. If any of you sold today, maybe it's 10,000 shares. This is 943,000 shares, and it's just market maker masturbation. They're just moving it around. They're crossing it between LLC and back and forth and stripping pennies. And in this case, if they sold 100,000 on the opening, they could cover it here down 24 cents. They can make 24 grand. While you guys have to work. They don't have to work. Because Gary Gensler has given them the free ability to abuse regulation show. All they have to do is enter the orders. And have no moral conscience. It's pretty simple. And if they get in trouble, it's not like they're selling drugs down on the street, or they broke into and stole from Dwayne Reed. They're not going to get arrested. They just make a deal with the SEC. And they go on with their life. Do it again. So if you're not ready for that kind of fight, this isn't the right stock to be in. And by the way, I think, Nate, the stock market's on the verge of a huge rally, in my opinion. Not sustainable. But I think you could invest in, you could almost throw a dart at another stock that's a big name. One of the tech stocks, several of the tech stocks, do the index. I think it's the QQQ. Energy stocks, the XLE. There's a ton of things you can do, Nick, right now that'll go up. And you don't have to worry about whether the auditor is going to be finished on time. You won't have to worry about it. Anyway, I don't know how else to answer that question, so I'll see what else you're saying. How many Canadians are on this chat? I'm thinking of consulting a class action. Well, I did put up, just for your edification, there's something wrong with my finger. Why doesn't this work? Okay, I'll use my other hand. Something wrong. Oh, there it. I'm hitting the wrong thing. So this went out to, I'm not going to put that up. I don't know if that's supposed to be his name. Well, no, it's public, so I think it's all right. But anyway, some of the information you've requested in your FOIA is exempt from disclosure. Information obtained from a person that is privileged or confidential. The enclosed 23 pages are released with the exception of SEC staff names, could it be Gary Gensler, and email addresses. This information is withheld under U.S. Code 5, section blah, blah, blah. Under Exemption 6, the release of these records would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And it could subject them to harassment. Poor babies. The poor babies. The poor babies. This letter is in response to your request, dated and received in this office on December 16. For information from MMTLP Trading from December 1 through December 14 from FINRA. You also requested the short percentage and all failure to delivery information. Please be advised, I have considered the foreseeable harm standard. I am the deciding official with regard to this adverse request. If you have any questions, please contact Gloria Walker of my staff at Walker1 SEC, or you may contact me at FOIA SEC, Adrian M. Santos. So this is dated December 11th, 2022. Hi, and the name is blocked out. Is that Gary Gensler? You may already be aware, but we have received a large number of complaints on social media and directly to FINRA related to a trade halt that we issued on Friday. Some of these communications have included threats related to FINRA in general. Oh, too bad, threats. I doubt it. But what about losing your money? This rather large gentleman, Cook, makes $3 million a year, as well as to certain of our employees. Oh, I'm sure. Out of an abundance of caution, being a lawyer, I use that word all the time. Out of an abundance of caution, we are asking our team to work from home tomorrow because they're going to be attacked? What drama? Unless there is oh, come on. It's such drama. Save the drama for Obama. All right, so then on November 29, 2021, Sam Dradi at FINRA. I believe it was Patty Casimats from our Market Ops group who reached out. I've included it on the email so you can reach out to her directly. Hope all is well. I don't know. It goes on like this. I don't get a lot out of this. This is the next one. It's the same one. Okay, just skip that. And this is a bunch of their what do you call it? Blocked out. There's a term for being blocked out. I forget what it is. Redacted material. Here's the confidentiality at the end of the email. Good morning. This is on December 2nd. So this would have been the Friday before they stopped trading. And you don't know who it's to. You know who it's CC'd to, Jay Gibbon. And you know that it's from Richard Boyle. Is it to Gary Gensler? Good morning. I believe you've had conversations with FINRA's OTC corporate actions team regarding the above issuer and its proposed spin-off transaction. Would one of you have time on Monday or Tuesday to discuss the matter? FINRA's market fraud investigations team recently received several tips which appear to have also been sent to the SEC. Below are some proposed times to discuss. What we need to do is have another meeting. We're so important. Let's have meetings and do it over the phone and get nothing done. But we can work around your schedules if these don't work for you. Thanks. Rich Boyle. And there's an addendum. FOIA, Bob, it doesn't say anything important. Some of these communications, including threats related to FINRA in general. Robert Cook is over dramatizing it all. It's like people can't even request where is their money without drama. This is the second of two emails I mentioned in my other email to you just now. Who is that to? Is it to Gary Gensler? Kind regards. The most expensive employee that does nothing in the government. $3 million. All right, so this is on Sunday, December 11th, 2022, and this is late in the evening. It's from Stephanie Dumont. And Stephanie Dumont, to my memory, is one of the FINRA lawyers, and I'm trying to remember. I put her up on Twitter. I think she went to. I don't think she went to UVA. I think she got her some sort of part of her law degree at Georgetown. I'll have to find that later. Stephanie Dumont. Hi, I hope you're doing well. We wondered. You did. You wondered? If you had a few minutes tomorrow for us to give you an update on what's been happening with MMTLP and the recent trading halt. We wondered. So I wonder if this is going to Gary Gensler. Would Monday tomorrow at 9 a.m. work? Information contained in this email may be privileged. Not anymore. It's a FOIA request. Stephanie Dumont. I did a video including her before. This is December 5th. This might be the same or not. Is it to Gary Gensler? Is it copied to Gary Gensler at SEC government? Is it copied to Gary Gensler at sec.gov? It's from Sam Droddy, and it's copied to Richard Boyle and Jay Gibbon. But who are receiving this at the SEC? 3 people. Is it Gary Gensler? Is it the gentleman, the honest gentleman in New York, Gabriel Grewal? Don't know. Looks like this MMTLP matter has now hit my frauds team's radar screen, and seemingly a lot of other radar screens as well. I know you have spoken to Patty Casimates and our general counsel's office, but was wondering, there's a lot of wondering that goes on at the FINRA, if it made any sense for my fraud team to have a conversation directly with you and your folks. This must be an Obama appointee. Your folks working on the matter so we are not duplicating efforts. Well, it'd be nice if you just did any effort at all, regardless of duplication. We are looking at the 2 issuers from a fraud manipulation angle, and in fact, blue sheeting both MMAT and MMTLP as we speak. If you think a comparison of notes is worth a quick call, let me know a good day time. I can set up a Zoom, and feel free to let me know if Gary Gensler or anyone else should be included. I have no idea what's in that brown box. It's from Sam Droddy, and on the bottom they block out his name where it says thanks, Sam Droddy. But they block it out. I don't know. This is Kafka-esque. So anyway, let me just make 2 comments on what I see here that you can learn from this. On December 5, they blue sheeted both MMT and MMTLP. So they knew whether it was on December 5 at 9:07 a.m., you can assume that sometime Monday or Tuesday, before they gave the approval to broker-dealers, they had a pretty good idea that there was a massive problem. You can also figure out that, I'm not going to say it. The polite way of saying it is that these people, all right, this was November 29. I don't know why it's included again. When I went through this the other night, It just seems so repetitive, the pages. So on November 29th from Sam Drotti, they didn't cross his name out at the bottom of this one. I believe it was Patty Casimates from our Market Ops group who reached out to Gary Gensler. Do you think that says Gary Gensler? I have no idea. I have included her on the email so you can reach out and touch someone to her directly. Hope all is well. Reach out. Why not just call her? Why do you have to reach out? I guess that's why you get paid $3 million a year. I sent you the Zoom invite for 1 p.m. today. I look forward to talking to you. Non-responsive. I'll tell you one thing. When here's Sam Daddy. Sam Daddy. Again, I don't know why there's 24 pages of the same thing over and over again. When West Christian gets discovery, all right, this is December 5, 2020, re-inquiry. This email originated from outside the organization. Do not click links or open it. So is it to Gary Gensler at sec.gov? We can't know that. Moved it to 2:30 p.m. See, it's the same thing over again. Thanks, Sam. They didn't block him out that time. December 5, 2022. Looks like this. I have no idea why it's repeated, so I'll just read it in case it's different. Looks like this MMTLP matter has now hit my fraud team's radar screen and seemingly a lot of other radar screens as well. I know you have spoken with Patty Casimates and our general counsel's office, but was wondering, we spend a lot of time wondering here at FINRA, if it made any sense for my fraud team to have a conversation directly with you and your folks working on the matter so we are not duplicating efforts. We are looking at the two issuers from a fraud manipulation angle and, in fact, blue sheeting both MMAT and MMTLP as we speak. To me, this is obvious this went to Gary Gensler because he's being so obsequious. And here it is, the exact same one all over. They just copied the same crap over and over again. So it looks like they're giving 24 pages, when in fact it seems to me they only gave about 5. But they did it over and over again to show the courts how responsive they are. And they can make their $3 million a year. See, it's so repetitive. I'll go through each one so you can see them, but it's all repetitive. All repetitive. Hi, you may be aware already. This is from the PUSSY Robert Cook. You may be aware already, but we have received a large number of complaints related to a trade halt that we issued on Friday. These complaints come on social media and are or directly to FINRA. So we're alarmed. Some of these communications have included threats. So in an abundance of caution, we are asking our team to work from home because Americans should not be upset that their money has been stolen from them. We're here doing the Lord's work, and they're out there complaining. This is obviously to Gary Gensler. It's sent by the head lardass from from FINRA to the head squeak over at SEC. Robert Cook. All right, I think it's just all repetitive. It's just they just sent the same thing over and over again. Well, Your Honor, we sent 25 pages. Okay, this is different. This is from Stephanie Dumont. Hi, Gary. How's it hanging? Now that I don't know what's behind that gray box. I hope you are doing well. We wondered if you had a few minutes. We wondered. I mean, we do a lot of wondering here at FINRA. We'd be lost without wondering. If you had a few minutes tomorrow for us to give you an update on what's been happening with MMTLP and the recent trading halt. Would Monday, tomorrow, at 9 a.m. work? Stephanie Dumont. It's all, I'm going to quit. It's just all repetitive. Let me see if I have Stephanie Dumont down here. Because I know I talked about Stephanie Dumont before. I don't have her here. I don't have her here. I have the best boy in the world. There's the best boy in the world. All right, let me see if there's Stephanie Dumont on my phone. There's no call today. Ham is on a plane as you speak. It's $1.60. I came on earlier. It was 967,000 shares, maybe 970. It's now 985,000 shares. They just got it to go down to 159. It's all fraud, guys. If you want to get out, they're buying from you. You know? But I'm not recommending it. One day you're going to wake up and the stock will be up 5 points. Just not today. Let me see if I can find Stephanie Dumont. So many. Here is your fearless leader at the SEC. You should suck up to him. He's worth $100 million and he knows Hillary Clinton. You should be nervous. Be gentle when you contact him. Just for the heck of it. There's Jeff Easton. In my judgment, a criminal. There's Charlie Mayo, hard at work at Power Up Lending. In my judgment, a criminal. Here's a picture of, well, let's just go see if we can find Stephanie Dumont. I think I have one here of Stephanie Dumont in my phone because, or it's on there, because I did a video referencing Ms. Dumont many months ago. Here is Robert Cook. That guy makes $3 million a year and he runs FINRA. He was a quiet man. Here. There's Jessica Hopper. I did a video on Jessica Hopper. She was the head of enforcement before she either resigned or was asked to resign. I don't know which. But let's see if we have a picture of Stephanie Dumont. Stephanie Dumont. Here's We Are the Kramers. No one FUXs with our squad. Those guys deserve to make money. He's just a young man trying to raise his family, and you shouldn't pick on him. It's hard out there. Why should he have to work hard to make a living when it's so easy just ripping off the American? Here's Pat Burns. 75% of Goldman Sachs revenues is securities lending for short sales, and they don't want you to know that. Here is Stephanie Dumont. Stephanie Dumont, Executive Vice President, Market Regulation and Transparency Services. She's just wondering if she could have a moment of your time. The department conducts extensive oversight of the securities markets through innovative automated surveillance that assesses billions of market events each day. The department oversees and regulates trading of exchange-related, unlisted, and fixed-income securities for compliance with FINRA rules and the federal securities laws. In addition, the department performs regulatory services, surveillance, and investigations on behalf of 32 equity and options exchange facilities, and its cross-market surveillance program covers the entirety of U.S. That's Stephanie Dumont. Here's Robert Cook. Robert Cook. There's Jessica Hopper. I thought I had her qualifications here, but I guess I don't. That was January 2nd of 2023 when I did that video, I guess. Let me see if I can find Jessica Hopper. Stephanie Dumont. I can't believe they actually think that people are going to attack them. Unbelievable. FINRA promotes Stephanie Dumont to head Market Regulation and Transparency Services. FINRA announced today that it has promoted Stephanie Dumont, formerly Senior Vice President and Director of Capital Markets Policy for FINRA's Office of General Counsel, to the role of Executive Vice President and Head of Market Regulation and Transparency Services, effective immediately. Dumont will report to President and CEO Robert W. Cook and join FINRA's Management Committee. Stephanie is widely respected as an expert in market regulation and a vigorous advocate for the interests of investors. You didn't know you had that on your side. In our complex and constantly evolving securities markets, Cook said, Our Market Regulation and Transparency Services Department plays a critical role in our mission of investor protection and market integrity. Wow, those are nice sounding words. And we look forward to her leadership of this outstanding team, if you say so. Effective regulation and transparency are essential to the function of vibrant securities markets and have always been the core of my work, Dumont said. I know firsthand the deep commitment of my colleagues to ensuring the integrity of our markets so that investors can participate with confidence. I look forward to leading the department and working with Robert and the rest of senior management team to advance this important mission. In her former role, Dumont was responsible for leading the development and interpretation of FINRA rules for market regulation and providing legal and policy advice to FINRA management and staff. Among other areas, she was responsible for leading the policy and rule-making legal team addressing trading and customer order handling practices, order audit trails, and market structure for equity, options, and fixed income securities. Dumont also supported the policy, rulemaking, and regulatory reporting functions relating to FINRA's market transparency facilities, including the trade reporting facilities, the OTC reporting facility, the alternative display facility, and trade reporting and compliance engine, TRACE. In addition, she provided legal counsel for FINRA's participation in various national market system plans, including Consolidated Audit Trail, CAT, the Securities Information Processors, and Limit Up, Limit Down plans. Before joining FINRA's Office of General Counsel in 1999, party like it was 1999, Dumont was Director of Compliance for a broker-dealer compliance consulting firm. She's a lobbyist. Starting in 1996, prior to that position, she conducted investigations for the NSAD's Market Regulation Department in areas such as insider trading, manipulation, fraud, short selling, and option. Oh, I was right the first time, wrong the second time. Dumont earned her BS in Finance and Management from the University of Virginia and her JD from the University of Virginia School of Law. She also earned her LLM with distinction in Securities and Financial Regulation from Georgetown University Law Center. That's about all I can stand to learn about Stephanie Dumont. VO Warrior, you see in this world, VO Warrior, there's only two kinds of people in this world, VO Warrior. Those with a microphone and those who listen. You listen. Let me see what you're saying, Spiny. No, James Bond. The name is Bond. James Bond. The name's Bond. Price would opened at 4,000. Yeah, see, James Bond, you might be right. You see, my friend, in this world, there's two kinds of people. Those with loaded guns and those who dig. You dig. Cindy Lou Who, is there bigger news today? Did the lawsuit come out? Arca is reading chart data. This is not that. He's been more wrong than right. I don't know, Philip. I think Arca's been pretty good. But you're also correct, Philip, that that GTII really isn't a chart. I mean, it's a chart play until the 350 million shares are all bought back in one day. J. Roach Black, the ink is black, the page is white. Together we learn to read and write. Read and write. So you're saying that I have a chance. M. Casey, you're saying that there's news today on MMTLP and MMAT is up? It's Spiny, it's all lawyer, and it's all lawyer speak. In an abundance of caution, we were wondering if we could arrange for a meeting. Yeah, the blue sheets have already come out, Cindy Lou, and I think the next shoe to fall is a West Christian lawsuit. 152. Do we have some real movement on the MMTLP? I don't know, M. Casey. This gentleman, this tremendous attorney, and he put out a video. I recommend it. The guy is amazing. Attorney Richard from California. He has done an amazing job, and he's gotten this FOIA request. And I think even with all the redacted pages, I think it is an amazing piece of work on his part. So I think that's real movement, M. Casey. Yeah, GTII's on sale. Hi, M. Casey. Cans. He hates cans. April 5 is another court. Ask William. I'm not wrong. Yeah, April 5 is a different court. April 5 is was the extension they gave, but there's another extension. Look, courts move slowly. Nikunj Haria, what's everyone's average sitting at on GTII? Well, let me go get my files and I'll share it with you on open mic with you, the details of my account. With MMTL News Saturday, wonder if it will bear any weight on FINRA versus Alpine. I don't know, Chris, but what's slowly happening, unless people are just blind, is they're realizing, grow up, Arthur, they're realizing what a corrupt system we have. GTI has court April 5 regarding Alpine. Well, it's not GTII. It's the look, they were before a judge. Alpine's argument is that FINRA constitutionally does not have a right to regulate Alpine. After all, John Hurry is just trying to make a living. Why should you go after him? So there's been extensions in that. The latest ploy, in my judgment, you can read it other ways if you want, Alpine had its attorney withdraw, and the attorney leaving Alpine without an attorney. My guess is the court has now given this additional 30 days so they can find representation. They can do all these puny ploys, but eventually it will end. Yes, they got another 30 days. That's right. I like this VO Warrior. It's like the hits keep coming. That's it. That's it, James Bond. Floodgates for MMTLP are now open. Collusion proof is out. I agree. Well, I don't know if it's collusion, but the proof that we just saw is that they had the blue sheet, so they knew when they stopped trading that it wasn't just for the reason they gave. That's all we really know. Thank you, Sintbergy. What's up with Alpine? They're having a good. They're enjoying their last month of existence. Hey, Fahad. Charleston. Do you live close to the racetracks? Junk Savvy Space Call. And can hold you and control you. Got Betty Davis eyes. What do you think about XRP and the quantum financial system? I think XRP makes a lot of sense, how to live life. I think each of you, I'm sorry to say, should start keeping cash at home. You should reduce your financial assets in the system, the banking, the normal commercial banking system, probably to 3 or 6 months of expenses. And the rest of it you should deploy in real assets, or maybe something like this. But the United States dollar ain't long for this world. Did I learn that from Philippe Duvalier? No, I do not know. I do not know. Philippe Duvalier. These are great prices. Am I muted? Should I be? I don't think I am. Hey, Pecos Bill. Peace, brother. You guys, when they have space calls and Pecos Bill is on there, there's nothing more interesting on any channel, whether it's on the radio, television, sports, movies, Netflix. There's nothing more interesting or fascinating than listening to Pecos Bill. You can't hear me? Well, I don't know what to say. The mics are all on. The mic is on. Does obsequious mean corrupt? And I think I'm a special poison? No, yes, it means that. But obsequious also means fawning and kissing butt. No ham call. That's good, Spiny. There, Da Hobbler. Da Hobbler. Is the Ivy League a path to the corruption class where you learn to rob the working class? Not always, but yeah, that does seem to be a certain amount of that. Well, if I'm demonetized, I haven't ever made any money on this. I'm sorry I used that word, Da Hobbler. I get so frustrated with this. And going back to Nick's question, I mean, the pain that's out there is real, and these criminals keep doing it, and the people in the SEC and FINRA walk the halls earning their big uplifted noses salary and do nothing. That's a good point. They must be the ones doing the audit, Spiny. Chud. Ah. Who do you speculate they are referring to as the issuers in the email? I think they've tried to blame it on the company. FINRA is predisposed to focus only on CEOs and corporate insiders. They do not care about Goldman Sachs's 75% source of revenue on the prime brokerage side. They don't want to mess with stock loan. They don't want to mess with it. Obsequious means, let me think of an example. It's like Joe Biden going to visit President Xi. Not legal advice vids. Okay, I like that. Not with a K, like Knots Landing. Richard is amazing. Jay Roach could be right. I'm telling you guys, I really think they're stalling for a time when the whole effing system blows up and they can disappear into the chaos. I'm pretty sure they know none of this is fixable. Jay could be right, but ironically, when it all collapses, there'll be selling for margin calls. On our side of the table, there'll be buy-ins. There'll be buy-ins. Yeah, science rules. I agree with that. Barry Crouch, MULN sold 3 vans and 300 million shares at 12 cents. Barry, Ham was advising them and they decided not to listen, and so there comes the dilution. Yeah, folks. You should listen to me, folks. Folks. I'm your president, and you guys are folks. We need to secede from the Union again. Well, Charlie Mack, it also needs, if they open it for trading, it needs to have, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know the word, but the right to convert into the shares of Nextbridge has to, there goes Kamala Harris. No, it's 3 helicopters. So who is it? The right has to convey, or has to, that's the wrong word. It has to last beyond the trading days they give us. Andy Aviles, GTI dividend, 1 share for each 10. That's it. You don't have to buy it. You get a share, a restricted share. It's a distribution, so you don't have to do anything. You might have to file, once you get the dividend, you might have to deliver it to the transfer agent, but they, David Suckamel. So they were completely unaware of the fraud even after John Berta approached them and told them that shares are... Yeah, exactly. Jay Roach, it is mind-blowing and it's depressing. Oh, Cindy Lou Who, big meeting was called with the FINRA and the SEC this morning over that report. So I wonder if Gary Goober Gensler is going to get involved in the over-the-counter market. I agree, Susan. And you're a good attorney, aren't you, Susan? If they were fretting, were the police called? No. It's just so, I hate to say it, it's just so, it is a lot like something else that happened at the beginning of this year. And throwing up, there's a boogeyman in my closet as the reason why I can't get up and do my homework. Ain't gonna, Captain, do you mind if I say something? What is it, Callahan? Your mouthwash ain't making it. That's a heck of a price to pay for being stylish. All right, so I'm done reading all the comments. Let's go get, it's 3:30. Let's get the price in action. Well, they've got it down to 159, but can I tell you, it just crossed 1 million. So in the time that I've been boring you for the last hour, it's only traded something like 50,000 shares. And I say traded with a real set of brackets around it. Let's look up VOCL. VOCL is 19 cents, better than 12 cents. GNS is $1.40. $1.40. I sometimes I'm left speechless. Sometimes I'm left speechless. Okay, GTII. Let me look at, that's what I wanted to see. MMAT. MMAT. Up 8 cents. 49 cents. It's pretty cool. Oh, and Finger, I'm sorry, let me look at Finger, Charlie Mac. Taking a while. It's up 14 cents, 164, 165. Yeah, True Blue, they're probably looking... Barry Crouch, I'm never boring. You know what, Barry Crouch? You are sharp as a drill and twice as boring. How's that for a put down? How's that for a put down? Yeah, there's sirens everywhere, and I think they just go get their donuts. Blue sheets shaken, not stirred. But of course you are. That's it, Nick. That's a great strategy. Buy more property and save cash in my house. It's a great strategy. Just get it at the right price. Oof. Travis, I didn't see that. Hey, William, did you see the newly updated OCC derivative data that Goldman is now number one at 52 trillion with a T, overtaking JP Morgan? If it's true, but some estimates are that there's 450 trillion in derivatives with a T. Some people say 600 trillion. And I don't even know what comes after a trillion. When you get to 1,000 trillion, is that a quadrillion? Some people say that too. And it's just massive. I I lost a lot of money back in 2008 because most of my investments were in oil and gas companies, and I just didn't understand that each of these little companies were producing. Here, I'll get rid of Lucky Boy. Each of these companies were producing, and they had cash flows that stretched out for years that were all hedged. So I thought, well, that's a pretty safe investment. I can be in those. Well, when the market collapsed and George W. Bush said on national TV with a little glee, he said, "This sucker is going down." What I didn't realize is the other side of those hedges, most cases were Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers. So when those companies went out, all these contracts were naked. It wasn't pretty. Ordinary Angler, Syntax, she's great, has new info. Oh. Well, you know something, Travis? 102 to 1. I heard today on a video that I listened to, it may have been I allegedly, but it might have been somebody else, that the banking system only has 1%. If people asked for more than 1% of their cash out at the same time, the whole thing comes tumbling down. That's how complacent they've gotten. And there's other times in the world where there's been massive uprisings because of what bankers do. And I don't know. I hope we can survive it. I don't know who's buying MMAT. I'm not. You're buying MUL. I don't restrict this to any one stock, but we do talk about GTII and MMTLP primarily. I was gobsmacked by CRTD's announcement about 3 or 4 weeks ago, but I'm ready to, with some study, I'm ready to back Vocal, and there's plenty of other stocks. There's LGIQ, which I think you can make 5x on in the near term. There's GoLogic, which I think you can make 10x by the end of the year. There's some oil and gas stock. There's other resource plays, but right now, I think GTII is up next because MMTLP is out of our control. But I think MMTLP is working so hard. GTII is too. These are two groups of people fighting extraordinarily hard and without flagging to call out the system. Well, Ham's on a plane right now. And he's headed to I don't know if I'm supposed to say, but pretty important city, and I'll let him put it on his Twitterati. Lionel trades. William only got into MMTLP because it was ripping and wanted to just chase it. That's not true, Lion. But thank you for speaking to me. It is true that I overpaid. I paid $7.60 or something average, $7.40 or $7.60. So that's accurate. And it is true that I decided to buy it late, so in a way that's chasing it. But Lion, that's not accurate at all. The reason I bought it was that I believed two things. One, that if it were to squeeze on that Friday and Monday, that I would be in a position to benefit from a short squeeze in the short run. And if that happened, I would take advantage of it and come back and buy GTII specifically. Maybe I would have bought some of the others, like on my list, but I probably would have done at least a third of the money in GTII and then spread it around. But that didn't happen. But what I also recognized was, as I was talking about it with you all, is that by buying shares of MMTLP, I was exposing myself to a tax-delayed anyway, tax-free increase in the value of my shares, my asset, from, in my case, $7 and I'll call it $8. It was under $8, but let's just call it $8. Maybe 10x, maybe 15x, just by the transfer into NextBridge shares. So I really said, wow, that's an interesting trade-off. Worst case, I get maybe 8 to 10 to 15x value into NextBridge. Best case, I get to play the squeeze on the upside. That's why I did it. I didn't ever for a second think that FINRA would halt trading. That didn't really occur to me. But lion of all trades, I like oil and gas. It's what I've invested in for 25, 30 years. And I like the story of NextBridge. So to be able to buy in at even at $8, to experience the uplift in value without having to pay taxes made a lot of sense to me. Now, Lion, I had been told from friends, associates, colleagues of mine, to buy MMTLP for many, many months, under $1. I want to say it was even under 50 cents. And then when it crossed $1, I was told, you better get in, you better get in. So no, I wasn't just buying it, chasing it. That's just inaccurate, lion of all trades. I did, just to repeat myself and then I'll move on, I did decide rather late in the game that I wanted to have some chips on the table in a short squeeze. Because to me it looked like it was set up. Over 1 billion shares I was hearing naked. It was going to stop trading on Monday, and it just seemed to me, here's a classic short squeeze. So I bought a little bit. But my backstop, my risk reward was, I'm going to get shares of an oil and gas company that I'm really excited and I would be very proud to own. That's what my thinking was, lion of all trades. But thank you for asking. Well, I think Mad Gun, my thoughts on XRP, well, that's a good point, Travis. Travis, that's a good point. If oil goes up because of cutting, that's a good point. That's going to put pressure. I don't think FINRA is going to panic or the SEC is going to panic. I think it's Goldman. Well, I'll look those up, Lion. I have no idea what I don't recognize those ticker symbols at all. So maybe I'm not as up on oil and gas as I should be. But anyway, my view on XRP is that it's an excellent, absolutely brilliant idea. I don't know if it's already traded up. Right now, in all the news, people used to look at me like I had three heads 15 years ago or longer when I would talk about the dollar and the petrodollar and oil and all that. People really thought I belonged on an island with Daffy Duck. But now it's in every bit of the news. Everybody's talking about it. So my gut tells me that the dollar's going to rally and XRP is going to go down. But anyway, that's short-term trading. In the long run, I would think XRP would make an excellent investment. I think any currency is crap right now, but one that might make a lot of sense is the ruble, which just feels insane for me to say it. I mean, I remember when the ruble was a joke and the dollar was hard currency. But Putin is running a war and an economy that is booming, and he's not deficit spending. So I would look at that. But yeah, I like XRP. I just am not fluent in it at all. I know Lou likes it. I know several of the people that I follow and paid to follow for many years have recommended XRP. So I like it. But in the short run, if you're buying it, and I don't even know what it's done recently, I would average in, buy some, because I really think what's ahead of us is a rally in the stock market and the bond markets, because it doesn't make any sense. All the news is saying everything's doom and gloom. So I think we're going to head the other way for a while, and it could be a massive reversal in both. And in that context, I would imagine the dollar will go up. I don't think the dollar is going to die without a fight, and I hope it's not war, but I hope the dollar doesn't die without sorry. It's not that I hope. It's just I don't believe the dollar will die without a fight. It still represents 60% of the world's reserves and trade, roughly a little bit more. I don't think it's going to disappear overnight unless there's some sort of panic situation. And in a panic situation, that's going to mean you can't get into your bank account. So just make sure you have some cash at home. Wolf hit $1. That's fantastic. Hey, Jenny L. All right, I'll just write them down. I'm not ready to recommend other stocks, but I think I think Putin walks cool. Nothing about Putin to admire. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the guy. Kevin's story. If E-Trade called me today, I'd probably settle for $500 a share. USD becomes digital currency king. No, I think I didn't see news today on MMTLP, so What is today's news? Who wants yesterday's paper? Who wants yesterday's girl? Nobody in this world. I don't know what the news is on MMTLP. Oh, Congress requesting the blue sheets. That's huge. Absolutely huge. Cindy, sorry, I didn't notice it, Cindy Lou. Who? I apologize. So the news is that Congress is requesting blue sheets. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. So that's huge, Cindy Lou. Who? I mean, that's absolutely. They can't recover from that news. They cannot recover. And there's more. Congress ordered FINRA to release the MMTL blue sheets all over Twitter. Are you saying I'm behind the times? Are you saying you tuned in? You tuned in for yesterday's news today? Do you know you could swap GTII and Finger are trading for the same price? All right, let me look at Twitter. Cindy Lou Who? Cindy Lou Who? I'm going to Twitter. And I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out on John Berta's page just what. I should go to Cindy Lou Who's page. Syntax Queen. Breaking. Fox Business has requested the FOIA from Saturday and additional information. Yay! Richard Hoffman filed an update last night that included new information on the FOIA request. John Berta retweeted. Wow. I don't know if I can read it because it keeps scrolling. This is epic. Cindy Lou to who? Why'd you keep all this information to yourself? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wow. Center Cinema, retail new, and now there's proof. Wow. This is fire. Wow. This is big stuff. This is big stuff. Cindy Lou Who? Let me go to I am being nice to Cindy Lou Who. I'm just teasing her. I like Cindy Lou Who. I didn't say she knows Lou. I'm just making fun of myself, actually. Travis M. Sadly, GTI is likely heading to 125. Really? I don't know, Travis. Let me look at the chart. I don't know why you're saying that. I do not know why you're saying that. I don't agree with you. But you must have a reason. Here's the chart. I forgot who said that. I don't see it going to 125. I do see that it's below the both the 250-day moving average, but that's happened before it goes back up. That's not the end of the world. It's also coming down to a trend line. So I don't see. I'd say you've probably seen the low for this move. And it's been 1, 2, 3, 4 of all fraud, 4 days downward. This other time over here, right here, it went down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So maybe you have one more day of dealing with sideways, and we should get a nice healthy rally. Alpine is too big to fail, Barry? Are you kidding? Alpine couldn't even pay a $2 million fine. They're not too big to fail. Yeah, Artuck, this is huge. Cryptic. So Cindy Lou Who was right. I don't know if Cindy Lou. I know, Otto. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Otto? I know. I wasn't paying attention to you guys. Okay, John Smith, no. Tony's twits. 1 hour ago, Congress briefed an investigating MMTLP situation. Congress is officially requesting blue sheets. Wow, this is huge. Cindy Lou Who is my hero now. Cindy Lou Who is my hero. She's exactly right. This is huge. All right, 2 minutes to the close. Let's see how MMTLP is trading. Oh, it's not. You know, if it were still trading, the squeeze would be on. So with 2 minutes to go, 1,140,000 shares. So it's been 100,000 shares that have been manipulated since I came on here. They've got this, they're holding the stock down 26 cents. That's a strange bird. Never heard a bird like that. Sounds like a kid. So Cindy was right. This is massive. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. And I guess somebody else pointed out MMAT is up. Maybe that's the only way people can show a positive reaction. It's a weird. Is it a cat? Maybe it's a cat. No, Jenny, Cindy Lou was telling me for the last hour and a half that there was news, and I was just basically clueless. Hey, little guy. It could be a cat. It could be a squirrel. It's pining for the fields. Mate, pining for the fjords. The only reason this parrot is standing on its perch in the first place is because you nailed him there. Oh, no, no, no. If I hadn't had nailed him there, he would have muscled up to the bars, bent them apart with his beak, and voom, voom. Mate, this parrot wouldn't voom if you put 6 million volts through it. He's passed on. He's singing with the choir eternal. This is an ex-parrot. I don't know what that sound is. So it closed at 155.5, down 27 cents, down 15% on 1,150,000. So basically, they must have crossed about 50,000 shares at the end, or 40. So it's a little over 100,000 shares have so-called traded since we came on. And now that sounds like a bird or a frog. Could be a frog. Could be a crow. So, let me go to... That's exciting news, Cindy and Otto and everyone else. It's massive. Maybe we can listen in on one of these calls. Let me see if there is one. Junk Savvy has a new call. We can listen to it.
Progress on the MMTLP front.
This is Junk Savvy.
Where of the FOIA that dropped on Saturday?
Sean, can I just jump in really quick?
Yes, of course.
House, we missed you. Real quick, if you have videos from the Occupy Miami group, Copy and Paste was asking for them, and I know you were the one behind taking some of the pictures and videos.
Yeah,
For
no,
my
I
living.
actually,
Skinny whale.
yeah,
If you could DM him, that would be great.
That must make
who
you
is
an
needing
orca.
them? I'm sorry.
Copy and Paste. It's in the nest on top.
Or a dolphin.
Yeah, Copy and
It might
Paste.
make
He
you a
has
dolphin.
a black logo with. Sorry, Copy, if I get this wrong. He just thumbed up.
I
He's
can't
down there in
turn
the
off
chat.
that bird.
He's got a dark logo with it looks like some blue wings. Maybe a
Yeah,
bird of
Jenny,
some
I
sort.
think
Sorry,
Saturday
Copy,
was
I haven't looked at
amazing,
your
but
logo really close.
I was relaying it
very
today,
decent.
It looks almost wing-like.
and it's almost
But
old
yeah,
news.
he's down in the chat.
Hey, if you're done in the chat, I'm not thoroughly looking at the phone. I'm cruising. I'm cruising on the road.
Yeah, let's Copy and Paste. If you can reach out to House, that'd be fantastic.
Please do.
Matt
but,
E. and
John,
Keith Munzer.
I know. A
I
couple
don't know how
people
to
said
unban
that
them,
I
but I'll
was
write
missed.
it down. Matt
But
E.
in reality,
Keith Munzer.
for anyone who is unfamiliar with me, I always kind of felt
Let
like
me
I
see
was
if I
somewhat the
don't know
comic
how to do
relief
it,
of
but
this
let's see
group.
what I can do.
Like, sometimes conversations would get rather serious as they do, or even heated. And it was kind of like my job maybe to have a joke here or there, but mainly just try to keep any of these chats organized. And I always kind of came from a place of like love and care as well as seriousness. But that was and is my role within this community. Like,
And
you
we
know,
need it.
well,
Absolutely, House.
I don't
and,
know
and
how
you
to
were
do
missed.
it,
I was just
Lion.
asking for you a couple days ago. So I was like, where is
I don't know
House?
how to do this
So
request of
you
yours.
were absolutely missed. Do not be deceived about that. Absolutely.
I was about to live in a cardboard box under the bridge. that was going to be the house.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes we do what we got to do.
I don't know how to unban.
But it sounds like
I don't know how to
things
do
are
it.
looking up for you, House. And
But I'll
so,
try to look into
you know,
it.
congratulations,
I didn't ban
and we'll
them.
keep sending positive thoughts in your direction.
I didn't ban them.
And absolutely, House, reach out and let us know if you need to talk.
Blue
and
sheets
chat
are
and what we can
basically
do to help
time and
out.
sales.
Again, why don't you go ahead and post your
I'm going to
information
turn
down in the
this
chat
off.
for your gutter business, and we'll see if we can get you hooked up with some great Florida clients.
They have 1,000 people
Actually, sorry,
listening.
House. What's your home state? It's not Florida. What is it?
He's a Florida boy.
Oh, it is Florida. Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, awesome.
What other state? What other state could produce something like me? Like,
I don't know, dude. I come from California. We produce a lot of
I'll put this.
very special and unique.
Blue
people, too,
sheets
so.
are time and sales. Blue sheets
special,
are
House. We
the
appreciate
record
I'm
of
invited to Hug to
the
come on and give
trades.
a recap of our of
Yep.
MMTLP. So I know he's stretched on time. So if we could give him a mic.
Yep, I was just going to Huck. Huck, welcome to the mic.
Hey, what's going
Let's
on?
see
You
what
guys?
Huck is
Sorry
saying.
to fly through here on you, but I had the request from Anna and said I could hop in and do that real fast. So if you'd like, I can give a quick recap on the storyline and what's going on.
Let's hear the
And
recap.
I'm hopping right back out, so sorry about that.
Yep, absolutely. So for those of you that are in the space that are new to our situation, Huck is a master at describing our circumstances and how we got here today. So Huck, with that, the mic is yours.
So MMTLP is actually a Series A preferred share that was the product of a reverse merger. Back in June of 2021, Torchlight Energy, which is a oil and gas company out of Texas, did a reverse merger with a Canadian company called Metamaterial Exchange Co. In that merger, Metamaterial was going to assume the ticker and the NASDAQ listing, and Torch was going to be no longer. If you were holding Torch going into that merger, then you were going to get one share of the new ticker, and you were going to get one share of a Series A preferred share that was going to be a placeholder. And part of that merger was that Torch would either have to liquidate their assets, which was 134,000 acres in the Permian Basin, 3.2 billion barrels of oil. And so that preferred share placeholder was going to be your entitlement to the dividend. So if they liquidated, they would pay you out the proceeds from that sale, or they could spin out into a new company and you would get a share exchange of ownership in the new company. We launched forward to October of 2021, and that preferred share was suddenly trading on the OTC. There was no anticipation or broadcast. Nobody knew that it was going to happen. In fact, it took John Berta and the CEO, George Palikaris of Metamaterial, both off guard. John Berta, I believe, found out as he was getting on an airplane. So he reached out to FINRA. FINRA said that it's trading. There's nothing we can do or you can do to stop it. But the financials that were being used to support the requirements for documentation were from 2012, so they were more than a decade old. FINRA said you can update the financials if you'd like, since they're outdated. But what occurred there was John said, I don't want to touch it because then it'll show I was the last one that updated those financials, and so I'm going to stay away from it. It then traded on the OTC for more than a year. In July of 2022, Metamaterials announced that they were opting to spin out the company instead of liquidating the assets. And so that made it so that the shares were going to be exchangeable. So anybody holding the MMTLP shares at that point were going to get a 1-for-1 share exchange for a company called Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. They went through 4 different renditions from July to November of 2022 of an S1 filing to make that company into the official spin-out company, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. In November, there was a notice of effectiveness, and then they announced to FINRA of what their plans were. On December 6th, FINRA came out with the first corporate action detailing how the spin-out would occur, that trading would conclude on December 12th, December 13th would be a non-trading day, and December 14th there would be a distribution of those shares, and then the shares of MMTLP would be canceled and returned back to Metamaterials because all of the holders would then have shares of Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. On December 7th, a new corporate action came out. So a day later, a new corporate action, some key details had changed. They had removed the December 14th distribution date, and they had changed the terminology from canceled to deleted. At that point, obviously there was a big change in kind of how everything was going to spin out and move forward from there. But the next day, so December 9th, the morning before trading started, so about 30 minutes before trading on December 9th, FINRA issued a U3 halt for extraordinary market circumstances to protect investors, is what they were saying at that time. They left it halted through the 13th, so there would be no more trading on MMTLP, and had left it halted for more than 100 days. And unfortunately, it's left all of the MMTLP holders and people that have been holding on to this for more than 2 years, people that have had ownership in Torchlight Energy, and people that have followed all of this. Nobody is receiving their share distribution for Next Ridge Hydrocarbons, and nobody's receiving their entitled distribution and ownership in this new company. So we've got quite a calamity going on. Howard has been processing and following a FOIA request, and he finally got receipt back on that FOIA request just a few days ago, and that showed that top management at FINRA, so the CEO, Robert Cook, the head of trading and markets, risk, and the head of international markets, were all on an email chain speaking back and forth in the months and days before the corporate action. And so they actually knew that there was an issue, that they knew that it was hitting on their fraud radars, they were asking for blue sheets. And so they knowing that there was an issue that was going on, issued that corporate action on December 6th, regardless of the consequences, and essentially setting up all of the investors for failure. So that is the story to what I know so far, you guys. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Huck. We really appreciate you. You're so good at that. I don't know that I will ever be able to recite it the way you do. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Guys, Huck has a full-time job with a lot of responsibility, and he still manages to show up and be a rock star for the community. So thank you again, Huck.
All right, I'm leaving that because I, for one, am bored. You can go join that call on Twitter under the symbol MMTLP. All right, Chris Daniel. Hey, William, I don't think we'll get screwed on the April 15 dividend now. I think this is where it helps GTI. Yeah, Jamie, he did a good job, but you all know all that, I think. I can listen to it more if you want me to, but I think you knew all that. The dividend record date is supposed to be April 15th. Of course, it needs approval first. And I guess there's always a small chance that they could deny it for some reason. Oh, Richard Hoffman has an interview with Investor Place. Ripple CEO calls on U.S. lawmakers to look into SEC Chair's Gensler's crypto assertions. Brad Garlinghouse, the chief executive officer of Ripple Labs, has called on lawmakers in the United States to look into assertive statements made by Gary Gensler, the chairman of the SEC, about American crypto. Garlinghouse's comments come as Gensler told a House Appropriation Committee in recent hearings that there is no need for additional legislation for crypto assets, as already existing securities laws are sufficient. Gensler is such a glaring House said for the chair of the SEC to assert that he dictates what is a security and not the legislation from which his agency derives its power, is beyond comprehension. It's time for elected officials in the United States to take notice. When you behave, he went on to say, when you behave like an autocrat running a $2.2 billion bloated agency, why would you ever want to provide clarity about what's in or out? Without clear jurisdiction, ambiguity masquerades as power. I like this guy, Glaringhouse. I love that John Smith Doe and Otto and Cindy Lou Who. Yeah, it was a good recap. If I can continue listening to that space if you want, for you guys. But no, I think what you have ahead for GTII is the April 15th distribution. You have more West Christian. You still have the potential of the Trento mines being announced. You have the 1-800 law firm doesn't have to take forever. And you also have I got interrupted because a call came in, so I don't know where I left it. But there's a lot of all the same reasons that we've been interested in GTII are still there. Just because the audit got delayed doesn't mean those reasons disappear. Ace in the hole. Ace is the place for the helpful research man. So Ace, did you hear that news today that Cindy Lou put up and others? I didn't realize it. I was reading from Saturday's scores, and there's new. I think it's incredible. You know, the best part about it is if Charles Payne and Congress start learning what blue sheets are, all of a sudden everyone will know what blue sheets are. All of a sudden everyone will know what naked shorting is. All of a sudden everyone will know what fraud these hedge funds do. Oh, you're saying that GTII will hit 55? Well, that's what makes a market, Barry. I assume that then you're selling your GTII now, and you'll buy it back at 55. But that's what makes a market. I don't happen to agree with you. I think they're doing, it's all fake shares anyway, but I think they've done their best to get it down because there's a delay of a few weeks. We've been waiting on the 1-800 law firm for well over a year. What's a few more weeks? I don't think it was a crash. Yeah, Ace in the hole. If people start talking about, because it's not that hard to understand, right, Ace? When you first hear about it, you go, no one's doing that. And then you look into it, and you go, oh my gosh. But it's not that hard to understand. They use all these fancy words to confuse it. But they're just selling shares that don't exist. They're just common thieves. That's all they are. Yeah, I'd be glad to do a live stream. I've got to get Hey Zizu. How's LGIQ? Well, Christine, I think there's a lot coming up. I haven't talked about it mainly in the last few days because there's other interesting things. But I think LGIQ is worth $1.50 to $2 I don't know what you mean by short run, but to me, short run's anything under a year or anything under 6 months. So I think at 30 cents, you've got 4 to 5 times your money in as soon as the second quarter. And on GoLogic, I think related story at $2, a little bit less than that. I think that'll be $20 or more by the end of the year. So they're both great stories. Well, yeah, if Tucker gets on it, maybe. But imagine if Maria Bartiromo has aces the place on Sunday morning's morning call, or has West Christian. Down here, we call it stealing. We just call it stealing. Yeah, I think LGIQ will be $1.50, $1.60 after the John Smith, no, Richard Hoffman at Raw, United States SEC, there will be more whistleblowers. Come clean while you can. Yes, yes, yes. They'll all turn on each other. They'll all turn. This is huge. You guys are the best. Look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. And Richard is Richard and Rosa, great attorneys, because they get what they're trying to do. They're not trying to just get a settlement with the company. Let me just take this quickly. It might be relevant. Sorry about that. Just getting information. Just getting information. I know there was, I unmuted now. I was talking to someone getting information, so I couldn't, hey, little green candle. I couldn't I couldn't have his voice going out over the stream. But basically, there's going to be a buyer coming into Logic probably, and he agreed with one of you. I forget which one of you is being a little bit. Maybe it was Line, maybe it was Barry, maybe it was somebody else, but he thinks if GTII goes much lower, so in other words, I guess he's sensing, he's just another person, but sensing it could, that buying will come in. So anyway, yeah, I probably should do a post-it. I got to get more sophisticated, Matt. I'm working on it. I don't know how to do that chatbot stuff. It's really nice outside here. Anyway, I don't know how to read it. This gentleman I was just speaking to bought more GTI today, and I think that's what's going to happen. The more they futz around down here, the more attractive it is to accumulate. This news that is happening with MMTLP, look at this, by the way. How can I show you? See that? It says Golden Way. Anyway, it says Hotel Golden Way, Istanbul. And I can't read the city. Glymkent. Glimkent, Istanbul. So I was there. Proof I was there. I think the blue sheets are a total game changer. I don't think it's so much a game changer in necessarily in the specific case of MMTLP. It'll just happen more quickly. I think the game changer is that finally because this what's been going on is just theft, and they have all fancy words for it, but they're just stealing from you, and they want you to feel stupid to question them. Once it comes out publicly, it's over. Just imagine if it's out in the press. Somebody put it up already. I think it was Lion, but just reading from Investopedia, which I guess is better than Wikipedia. Blue sheets are formal requests for information sent out by the SEC to market makers, brokerage dealers, and clearinghouses. Blue sheets ask for information related to specific securities or transactions, especially those that may have affected the price of the security. Blue sheets are often requested in order to determine if there has been illegal activity or to determine why a certain security experiences a large level of volatility. Like many things in the trading world, blue sheets have now become electronic. And that was one paragraph, so now they summarize the key takeaways of that paragraph in a further paragraph. So here's the key takeaways. Blue sheets are requests for transaction information from the SEC from financial institutions or trading firms. This information is meant to improve the transparency of banking and trading activities to investigate irregularities. Companies or individuals may be fined if they do not provide accurate information. Blue sheets are now requested and filed only digitally. They're supposed to include information about the account holder, the trades executed by a firm and its clients, specifically the name of the security, the date and price of the trade, the size of the transaction, a list of the counterparties. The objective is to grant regulators the means to analyze a firm's trading activity. If the information is incomplete, out of date, or otherwise inaccurate, it can interfere with the ability of regulators to spot instances of fraud or insider. See, they focus on insider trading, but the fraud is coming from these criminals. Blue sheet information is used by FINRA, Office of Fraud. Oh, this just goes on and on. Basically, it's time and sales. It's what was the buy and sell, who entered the buy, who did the sell, was there a failure to, it's all of that information. We used to call it time and sales. I could ask if a client, one of you called me and you get pissed off at me and say, well, I should have gotten such and such. I could ask for time and sales. This is time and sales writ large. They are asking for all the data, and it'll sniff out the rats. Big Al, Alabama. Gensler is covering it up. Absolutely. More than that, he's like, look over here, look over here. I'm doing this over here, and then he talks and he gives all this comfort. He's a Clinton appointee. Well, that's exactly what it was, Barry Crouch. They coordinated the short attack to get a low price, Barry, so that when lawyers came in to settle, or if the company didn't have all of you behind it and didn't have the main big investors behind it, the criminals, just like in COSM, the criminals get a FOMO going up, they drive it back down, and Cosmo is just one that we both know. There's plenty of other examples. I'm not picking on them. But as soon as it's $24, they drive it down to $11, and the criminals, with a big smile on their face, through companies like the Lind Partners or making, it doesn't matter. Some face on Wall Street is just a conduit for the shorts to cover their position and book a massive trade profit when they just sold counterfeit shares. I mean, I don't think it's hard to understand. These market makers and LLCs work in collusion. They sell stocks that do not exist. They have a bunch of money sitting in an account. So in the case of MMTLP, Barry, as you put it, there was stocks selling for 5, 6, 7, 8. I paid $7.60, 8, maybe higher. So the criminals just create shares that don't exist. There's millions of dollars sitting in an account. They call up through an intermediary with a big smile on their face, hey, MMTLP, if you issue millions of shares to us, or 100, however many, at $2.90, we'll give you millions of dollars. And wow, this is great. We can do that, yeah, and it's all signed off. And wow, well, the criminals have sold it down from $9 to under $3, and they walk away with all that money. Isn't that la-di-da? That's what happened with COSM. They ran it up, And they made a deal with the Greek, and they walked away with millions of dollars in profits. And I doubt they'd pay taxes on it. Might have. There might have been closing transactions. But they move it all around. They're constantly shuffling it from LLC to LLC. So do they really have a closing transaction? That's an open question. But the effort to close MMTLP under $3 to me was for two reasons. One's to establish a low price so they could call Nextbridge and say, hey, we'll give you a bunch of money at $2. And they say, wow, great. But guess what? Nextbridge isn't a little fragile little company. It's a real company. So they misjudged. Secondly, they probably thought that the next few days of trading, people that wanted to get out of the stock would get out at low prices because they had driven it down to a low price. Thirdly, as it turns out, and maybe this was their plan all along, is because the trading was halted, it establishes a price for the lawyers to work off. Guess what? Since then, Nextbridge has made at least one massively positive public announcement of the value of the asset. So it's not going to work. But these are the ploys that worked in other companies that got destroyed, like HPIL. Or there's endless numbers of companies that they just kill. So yes, Barry, that's what they did. They manipulated it down. Now, it's my understanding there were some real sellers as well in the last week of trading. But there's always people, even in GTII, there's people that have been much better traders of it than I have. They get out when it's up. As it pulls back, they buy more. And that works until it doesn't. I don't think they're going to come up with settlement news on MMTLP. FINRA cannot cause the settlement. The SEC can't cause the settlement. You guys are asking for opening up trading, which I think you've got to be really careful what you ask for. These guys are snakes. They're all snakes, including the SEC and FINRA. And there's so many lawyers involved. I can't imagine. I just simply can't imagine. This guy is a snake. That's the head of FINRA. Here's Lucky making some strangers happy. But anyway, here's the other snake. The snake in the grass. Wow, I have just so many pictures. So many pictures. I can't show you that one. That'll get me in trouble. Because that's of the president. And we all know the president's not a snake. There's Robert Cook again. He earns $3 million a year protecting you. He protects you. That's why he gets $3 million. That's why he gets $3 million a year. I just showed you this one, and now I can't find it. Now I can't find it. Did I show you that? That's me and Gerald Celente. That's pretty cool, huh? That's pretty cool. He's a good man. Well, I can't find the other snake. Let me just look one more. Can't find him. There he is. The other snake. See how he moves his hands? He's a distractor. He's moving his story over here while he lies to you over there. What about FINRA's interest? Any thoughts on Ganolf? That's grandmother's no one loves forever? I don't know what Ganolf is. What do I think they'll do with MMTLP? Look, you've got so many lawyers. That's the risk of making it a big public. My guess, MKC, they'll have congressional hearings. That's my guess. And there won't be any settlement until after that. And my guess is if they get the blue sheets and there's outrage, they'll have congressional hearings. And probably people like Richard the lawyer and maybe Mike the Marine, maybe I'm trying to think, the names. There's a dozen or more names of people that have been working hard on it. Maybe they'll all be called to testify. Al Pacino. Hoo-ha! Al Pacino's boring. He has his hair up like that, and he always acts the exact same way. I think the movie would have to be one of the younger actors because it's a young generation that's been fighting this. I think that guy that plays Captain Kirk would be good. Christopher Pine. I know what you're thinking. Did he shoot 6 times or only 5? It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. No, I don't think it sounds good to me, but M. Casey, I think once it's out in the public, what's the incentive to settle? It's gone. Anyway, it just sounds like it'll drag out to me. Well, I'll think about it. But on the other hand, it's really great news in the sense that there will be a settlement, and eventually the return to everybody is going to be massive. So in that sense, it's really positive. Also, it's calling out the system, and they'll come out and they'll lie. They'll say, but what's great, I don't think anybody's going to get rolled over. They're going to say it was a meme stock and that people knew they shouldn't be investing in over-the-counter stocks. They'll give all the crap that they were just being greedy. Well, the greed is on the other side, not on this side. Rosa, is it? Well, do you, punk? All I know is a man's got to know his limitations. I gots to know. Do you want to get a beer? Why didn't I think of that? Nag, nag, nag. Is that your dog? Why? Do you want him? Yeah, it should have a positive effect, but it's so massive. How do you fix it? Reg Show was designed to solve this problem, and they just let it get worse and worse and worse. It's terrible. So you say those horses belong to them there pilgrims. There's nothing like a good piece of ash. Wood, the wood, A-S-H. Well, I don't know if it's retail's money, but yeah, you're the dummies. I'm one of you. But it's to take money from each other. It's not a friendly business. But when they convince you to put your money in ETFs, that's stock that can be lent out and charge fees. When they convince you to put your money in managed money, that's a backstop against all their trades. When they convince you that Ken Griffin is providing liquidity in return for your getting your trades commission free, well, do you really think they're giving you something free? Yeah, Andy Dick, though, got in trouble, didn't he? Hey, Ken Anak. Well, I know, Ken. This has been going on a while, and it's really frustrating. The one gentleman that said they're just trying to wait, basically, for an act of God to rescue them, that if the stock market all collapses, they can just walk away from this. It's perverse, but if that were to happen, I think the losses to the shorts in our cases would be massive. It would actually help us. So that's not going to work. The only thing that's going to work is if a meteor comes out of the sky. Yeah, Artuk, Norm Macdonald has a scene with him where they're ridiculing the only sponsor Norm Macdonald has, which is the man great. It's just hilarious. The man great. What's my favorite Clint Eastwood movie? I like a lot of them. I think my favorite would have to be I've just watched it too much, but I'd have to be Unforgiven. But he did a pretty good job in, I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. It was called The Curve or The Slice or something like that. When it was about baseball. That was a pretty good movie. There's no question he basically plays the same guy over and over again. Who's a good actor, I think, is his son, Scott Eastwood. He's done a couple of movies, and his son is a good-looking kid. I mean, I don't know what women look for in a guy, but this guy's tall, blue eyes, handsome. Black Wolf West Christian is going to, and I've been working on a letter. I guess I missed my chance to send it, but I just can't get everything done, asking for the blue sheets. But yes, that's what West Christian is going after in his court filings. Well, M. Casey, now you're getting onto it. I think the crooks would have settled, but it's going to be too late. The congressional hearings, Wall Street will make a sacrificial sacrifice of, that's using the word twice, a sacrificial lamb, I guess, but lamb is good, of a group of these short sellers, and then they can go on with their criminal acts. But it just depends on how far the congressional hearings go. Well, the blue sheets in and of themselves are not going to nail it. We're assuming what the blue sheets show. But it's going to be the testimony, following the money, calling the getting the prime brokers in, the broker dealers, seeing what they did with the fails to deliver, all of that. It could take the whole system down. Skydog, that's good. The blue sheets are secret, but you can get them in court. No, I didn't find that out, Ken. I forgot to ask. In a conversation, with an unrelated party, it seemed like that they have no plans to distribute those shares. I'm trying to think as I'm sitting here, Ken. I don't know who to ask to get the definitive answer. My guess is it would be up to the management of the new company, and if they get under short attack, that would be a good way of stopping it. But I discussed it. I just didn't get to anybody that could answer the question. There you go, M. Casey. You're starting to think like a logical, which I'm sure you always do. But you're expressing that maybe they'll start thinking logically. They don't want to go to prison. But once it's public and out there and people are calling for their hides, it's too late to settle. It's too late to settle. I don't think they could settle now. I like Outlaw Josie Wales. I like Hang 'em High. I also like Pale Rider. Birds gotta eat. Same as worms. I don't know, guys. It's going to be out of, I didn't like Every Which Way But Loose. You can read minds? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish.
We're told to be here at 9 o'clock. We have 50 officers out there to test.
For how many vacancies?
8. Be 5 men and 3 women. Promoted to inspector out of this group.
3 women.
Do you object, Inspector?
Now, who might you be?
Who might you be?
Oh, this is Ms. Gray of the mayor's staff. She's here to monitor these examinations. This is Inspector Callahan.
Oh, yes, I know something of Inspector Callahan. And I'd like to tell you, Inspector, it is the mayor's intention that this department be brought more into line with the mainstream of 20th century thought.
And what may that be?
Just how does he figure to do that, Mrs. Gray?
Well, for one thing, His Honor intends to broaden the areas of participation for women in the police force.
That sounds very stylish.
That sounds very
I
stylish.
think he also said something about winnowing the Neanderthals out of the department.
Well, I guess we better get on with it. Next applicant. Officer Moore?
Yes, sir.
As you know, this is the final stage in your examination. It's a rather informal test in which we try to get some line on your ability to think on your feet, your reaction to stress and pressure, your ability to apply the law in a hypothetical situation, and so on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the force?
9 years.
What department?
Mainly personnel and records.
Personnel.
Personnel and records.
Yes, sir.
Carrie?
How fast do you run the 50-yard?
Have you any questions for the applicant?
Questions? How fast do you run the 100?
Come on, Callahan. You know how this board functions.
All right, sorry. You know that if you make inspector under the mayor's new guidelines, that you might just be out riding in a police car?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, Officer Moore, maybe you'll tell us all here about your most important felony arrest.
I've never made a felony arrest.
Well, maybe you'll tell us about your best misdemeanor arrest then.
Then.
I've never made a misdemeanor arrest either.
Then what the hell gives you the right to become an inspector when there's men have been out there on the street for 10 or 15 years?
The woman's place is in the home. Is that what you're trying to say?
What do you think this is, some kind of encounter group? I want to know what Officer Moore is going to do when somebody points a gun at her and says, "Hit the deck, you son of a
You're
bitch!"
just deliberately trying to fail this candidate, aren't you, Callahan?
Well, if she fails out there, she gets her ass blown off.
It's my ass.
It's my ass. And, my hard luck.
Except that out there, you're going to have a partner. If you get blown away, he gets blown away with you. And that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish.
It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish.
Are you finished with the questioning, Callahan?
Hypothetical situation, huh? All right, I'm standing on the street corner, and Mrs. Gray there comes up and propositions me. If I come home with her for $5, she'll put on an exhibition with a Shetland pony.
If this is your idea of humor, Inspector.
All right, what are you trying to do here, Callahan?
I'm just trying to find out if anybody in this room knows what the hell law is being broken besides cruelty to animals.
That's a conspiracy under Title 7, Section 182, Paragraph 1 of the California State Penal Code. A conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor is in fact a felony, and according to People versus Bashor, 1965...
Yes, that's right. Good answer. Thank you, Officer Moore. You'll be notified of your grade.
It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Yeah, so I don't know what else to talk to you guys about on MMTLP or GTII. So maybe it's 5 o'clock. Maybe we'll just leave it at that. I don't know. I was just giving context for why I always say that one line. You're going to hear some noises. So I don't know what else to talk about. We can go on the space call. Favorite Star Trek scene.
Not to make some noise.
Yeah, that's fine. That's interesting. It's me. It's still me. Albie says an hour ago, if MMTLP gets resolution, GTII and Finger, as well as other West Christian tickers, will explode. Many longs are heavily invested and their money is tied up too. As we've been saying for months, if they give us one, we take the others. It's a good point. Kay Shaughnessy says, about time. Look at GTII too. And then Tony at Twit says, Congress briefed an investing MMTLP situation. Avid Trader put out a shout out to Busy Brands. This one's good. Genevieve Rochdechter. Switzerland's top prosecutor is looking into the rushed Credit Suisse UBS deal. Interesting. Richard Hoffman, oh, that's 16 hours ago. So that's not new. Here's Dr. Stonk saying he has video recordings of Schwab saying before December 5 they were waiting on FINRA for direction to close the shorts. And that's exactly right. I think the broker-dealers were waiting on direction from FINRA. Hours ago, Kay Shaughnessy said, the truth always trips up people who aren't doing the right thing. I got to give her a heart for that one. Tony Twits, 2 hours ago. Congress briefed an investigating MMTLP situation. Congress is officially requesting blue sheets. SEC and FOIA had all-emergency, all-hands meeting this morning. That's from Tony Twits, and he's good. Jeff writes, GTII, anyone focusing on GTII? Seems all the energy is on MMTLP, whatever LFG means. Laughing, I don't know what LFG means. This is Gary Gensler. Someone posted this. Who posted? Oh, the Securities Exchange posted this. This is what it says. Investors turn to our capital markets every day, whether to grow a nest egg, plan for retirement, save for an education, or prepare to take the inevitable bumps along the way. To be an informed investor is to be a more effective investor, and I encourage the public to take advantage of the many resources we offer on investor.gov. Gary Gensler, SEC Chair. What a terrific guy. This year's theme for April's National Financial Capability Month is Investing for Everyone. What a frickin' joke. Rock God, I don't know who this is. Rock God puts out, word is that Ralph Norman subpoenaed the blue sheets from FINRA regarding MMTLP, confirmed by You Get It, Got It, with a call to his office. This is huge. Marduk, who's good, brings John Berta's questions back. Well, I don't think that's, I can read those, but I think you've seen them and we've gone through them. Avid says it's getting serious, folks. I love this. Richard Hoffman puts out, Dear Mr. Gensler, please publicly deny that you were copied on the December 2022 email admitting knowledge of fraud against retail investors regarding MMTLP. Love it. I love it. I love it. All right, so Gerald Salente, who I think is a great guy, he writes, oil prices rising, get ready for higher inflation, and most of all, say goodbye to the dollar. Much of the world has had enough of Uncle Sam. What to do? Well, one thing you got to do is get rid of the tweets. Make sure you have a man that barely can think in the office. Ace did a live earlier, so we could listen to that. So, Dark Helmet, I was able to schedule an appointment with U.S. Congressman Derek Von Orden. Drew Diligence puts out some numbers to dial. Junk Chat Savvy. I think this is going to get a little bit difficult. I can't read that one out on public. But Aishin bought 799 shares of GTII. Wow. 6 hours ago. MMTLP. Everyone needs to see the FOIA emails from which we went through, but it was old news. This is fraud and RICO is coming. Wow, there's a lot going on. Wow. Oh, really, Avid Trader is fake. All right, so let me see what else. The SEC has the power to suspend dark pools. Citadel Securities. J.R. Ewing. Richard Hoffman. Gary Gensler. Stop stonewalling. Richard Hoffman, 8 hours ago. Mr. Gensler, your agency and you seem to have had notice of fraud, retrading of MMTLP, but did nothing to help. Mr. Gensler, testify under penalty of perjury, prove otherwise. In my opinion, you are the problem. Have you heard that anywhere else? He's a lawyer. He had to prove it to himself first. Me, I just jumped in. He did it the right way. I did it the wrong way. So Jeremy Frommer put out 6 hours ago, dollar vocal, this is just Citadel now against us all. We can win this. We must show them that retail is united. Richard Hoffman, that's a day ago. Richard Hoffman, 5 hours ago. MMTLP, prove me wrong, but it seems unbelievable that the CEO of the SEC was not fully aware of the shenanigans going on. Of course. But see, lawyers need evidence. Otherwise, they're not going to jump to conclusions. But now that he's seen it, boom. He's done a great job, this Richard Hoffman, and the other Richard, too. We need competent and ethical regulators before their actions collapse our system. Well, might be a little late for that. We need that. He's right. But my point is the system may collapse. It might be too late. Anthony J. Pisciotta. I am so tired of seeing fraud and retail investors being taken advantage of. I hope the whole MMTLP situation is resolved this month and shareholders get the squeeze they deserve. No more delays. The retail revolution has only just begun. We've only just begun to live. So many. I love it. 5 hours ago. Rare DD. Robert Cook thought employees were in danger due to threats after the MMTLP halt. All the while, on his watch, they withheld info about a fraud investigation, which likely began to uncover the true reason they halted MMTLP. See, around FINRA, what they do is they sit and wonder. I was wondering, just wondering. So here is Robert Cook wondering. So knowledge pays interest. This guy's working on an article for Tuesday, Alpine Securities, 2013 to 2023, a decade of insider trading, manipulative violations, more. That is awesome. I'm going to retweet that one. I don't know that guy, but that's great. Investors petition for the resignation of FINRA CEO. I'll join that one, wouldn't you? I would join that one. I'd like him to give up his salary first. That's what I'd like. Citadel Securities has submitted detailed comment letters. Copy and paste. I need all videos of January 27th and 28th March in DC, MMTLP, and I need it now. Please DM to me fast. All right, I have some videos I should send him. Just like 3 of them. Or 4 of them. Wow, this is really blowing up the Twitterati. It's great. It's great. Let me see what you guys are saying while I read those to you. And I know MMTLP is getting spicy. Any comment on the price decline? Dennis Berquist. Well, my comment on the price decline is it's the same shite, just a different day. It's all market maker masturbation. That's my comment on the price decline. If you're reading into this as if the stock market is telling you something about the news in the stock, you're in the wrong stock. They have sold 140 million shares that do not exist since the end of September alone. So Dennis Berquist, the stock price isn't telling you anything about the news related to GTII. It just isn't. Dennis Berquist, the criminals just moved stock around amongst themselves and dropped the price. That's all it was today. And they took the opportunity because Avid just posted a GTI video, ape up 32%. Yeah, see, Louis? FINRA CEO's salary is $3.12 million. I told you, it's $3 million. Hi, Diana. Or Diana. Dominic Pantaleo. Diana, I'm so glad that you listen, and I don't know, sometimes I wonder if I do anything good at all, but I do appreciate the feedback, and you're going to be fine in MMTLP. You're going to be fine. You guys are going to have a story to tell the rest of your lives, I think. And Dominic, thank you very much. Dennis, the dividend is still in progress, but Dennis, it's Monday. They just took the advantage to drive it down. It's a sign of weakness. They're selling stock that doesn't exist. Yeah, stop censorship. Open trading for 2 days is one thing, but you can't force. Yeah, he just sent me that video, my thoughts on the entire situation. Yeah, this news could shake out the whole system. Big Al, give everyone $100 a share plus, yeah, that's fine, something like that. If you get your shares adjusted for the dilution, you're entitled to a share of Nexbridge at the ratio of 164,487,000 shares. And to the extent that ratio changes, you either get more stock or you get cash. And I think $100 ain't cutting it. Your mouthwash ain't cutting it. The dollar isn't going anywhere. BRICS will do a euro flop. Maybe stop censorship. Certainly we'll go to war before the dollar goes down. Yeah, Dips Patel, I hope it happens that way. Go ahead. Make my day. Gary the Gensler. Gary the Hey, is that right? Good to see I'm outside. I tell all my future physicists and scientists they must get outside or they will not understand what they're seeing from the inside. That's pretty cool. I would love someday, I don't know, I can't call you Sherry, but you know, this Hubble mirror up there, satellite up there, it's finding things out that are really rocking people's world on some of the theories that we've relied on the universe. It's really interesting stuff. And it's so big, I can't understand how we're ever going to understand it all. On the other hand, what's amazing about the human brain is we do have the capacity to try to comprehend it. So it's fascinating. But yeah, physics is I've always liked physics. It's beyond comprehension. I guess the sun and the planets are all basically circular because that's how mass works with velocity. I don't know why everything's circular. Yeah, that Einstein was wrong. Yeah, I think Einstein's biggest gift, I guess, was changing how people thought about it. But I'm not even sure Einstein was the first guy with those ideas. There was somebody else that had written the paper. Back then, things didn't get published right away. But it's just, you know, is it the Fermi complex, the Fermi question, you know, where are all the aliens? But I just wonder, and Christopher Hitchens even, who questions the existence of God, and I'm not talking about that, but he said, you know, he wants evidence, but, you know, maybe we just don't see everything. We don't see what a dog sees. We don't hear what a dog hears. So it's possible that our five senses don't understand everything that's going around us. I don't know what Michelle Gilster, I don't know what they're going to do to AMC Shorts. But I'll tell you one thing, there'll be a full court press to convince Congress that you all are crazy and you were just gambling extra money that you had left over from Joe Biden's COVID bounty. And if not for the excess money you put in, this would have never happened. They're going to blame you. So just, yeah, it's just, that's right, stop censorship. "800 years before Einstein, there was a gentleman named Bosco. The second he found out before that, and he's from India." Wow. And there probably is a first cause. I don't know. It's interesting why we go out and we seek other alien civilizations when in the course of history it never ends well for the lesser civilization when two civilizations meet. And the only thing that I would love is if a wiser civilization could come, if they had an answer to either the disposal of radioactive waste or somehow counteracting it, because we don't have an answer. What is greater in mass, the ant, the elephant, or the rabbit? Start with the ants and look at the leaf cutter and electric cutter, and it's let me see. My professor always says, what is greater, the ant, the elephant, or a rabbit? Start with the ants and look at the leaf cutter ant. Electric cutter ant is quite a... I got confused with that one. Well, yeah, they say there might be something under the sea, but they also say there might be something under Antarctica. Yeah, 1.3 million Earths into the sun, and then Dan A., our sun is puny compared to, is it Alpha Centauri's sun? There's this massive sun out there, and our sun is just puny. Well, no, there's been expeditions down to Antarctica, and they've returned shaken, and I don't know. I don't like to get into the kooky stuff, but there might be civilizations under the ice there. I have no idea. Yeah, thinking outside the box is it's almost the only thing you can do when things don't quite make sense. What else can you do? I don't know. In a different lifetime, I would have loved to study, one question I always have, we have mathematics and arithmetic, but we have mathematics. Would our life be different if our formulas were different? I don't know. Antarctica has pyramid ruins. Germany had bases there. Many escaped. Well, stop censorship. I'm fascinated by the pyramids, and that they are... There was a sudden, at least in human terms, a sudden rise in sea level of 400 feet. And this may be the flood myth that all civilizations have. But it wiped out a civilization that was here before, and a lot of pyramids there. Think about the Bermuda Triangle, where planes have crashed apparently and ships have gone down. Maybe pyramids are harnessing the planet's energy, and that technology was lost to us. If there were a civilization that spanned the world, which I think is possible, what energy did they use? And maybe it is those stones and using the Earth's magnetic power. I don't know. But it would be fascinating to find out what energy they did use. There's a guy out of South Africa I've talked about before, Michael Tellinger. He's fascinating. But it's sound. He believes it's the energy of sound. And in that context, if they go to the beginning of the Bible, first there was the Word, which is sound. Maybe that's how it all started, just the vibration. Anyway, it's a lot of stuff. Atlantis. What happened to AMC? I think, Robert Cron, the fact that blue sheets are being asked for in MMTLP is going to blow the lid off the entire criminal enterprise that's called Wall Street. And so you're going to see AMC and all of these maybe rally. That's what I think. But you also have banks in trouble around Wall Street, around the world. So the practical thing each and every one of you should be doing is going to your bank now and putting even $100 in your kitchen drawer. It's probably better to have $1,000 sitting in your freezer. But there could come a time when this system goes down rapidly. Look, I don't think the fact that OPEC and Russia reducing the supply of oil, I don't think it's coincidence that it happens at the same time that India makes an arrangement with 18 nations to transact business in the rupee. I don't think it is a coincidence that China negotiates a ceasefire with, a metaphorical ceasefire between Saudi Arabia and Iraq. I don't think it's coincidence that Xi meets with Putin to try to make peace in the Ukraine. The United States is being isolated. And Victoria Nuland, if people remember her name, and her war hawk husband, Ralph Kagan, the important PRICK he is, the United States is getting circled. And you've got this president who voted for the Iraq War, continuing the Cold War. He doesn't know what anyway, we don't want to get into politics on this call, but it's a hell of a price to pay for getting rid of tweets. So your grandfather went down on Operation High Jump. There's rumors, Charlie, that the reason they came back is what they found. On the other hand, it was probably pretty cold. I don't know. Well, Dips Patel, $100 doesn't cut it. Your mouthwash isn't making it. After legal fees, $100 doesn't cut it. But it's a start. If you get the pro rata worth of a share plus 100, that's a start. But I would rather see it much higher numbers. We could be bacteria, but I'll tell you one thing we are. We are a virus on the planet. Well, CB, the information hidden away. I wish two things. I wish that the Library of Alexandria hadn't burned down, but apparently it didn't burn down only one time, but I wish it hadn't burned down. And I wish when the Spaniards went to Mexico City, what's now Mexico City, they hadn't burned all of the ancient writings. They burned it all in the name of the Catholic Church. And I wish they hadn't done that. I would love to go see the Vatican Library. I told you, CB, one time I went, well, I've done it more than once. I went out with a girlfriend, believe it or not. And then I went out once by myself. And then I went out with a CEO of a oil firm. I went out to Mount Vernon different times and took the tour. And one of the prides of the place is Washington's library. And you go into his library, and he's a learned man. But you look, and it's very high. It's a high shelf. But it's basically one big shelf, series of shelves, but on one wall. And I think maybe on the other. But it's basically literally men in that age if they chose to do so, could be really well educated and read every book. I don't know about at school, but certainly over the course of a decade or so, they could read every book that existed or that was considered relevant. I don't know how you do it now. There's so much out there. And so much now is crap. Yeah, Bird wasn't allowed to talk. Today we charged Merrill Lynch, John Smith Doe, we charged Merrill Lynch for charging advisory clients more than $4 million in foreign exchange fees for transfers to or from their accounts. They've agreed to pay 9.5. Well, you won't find there goes the discovery, but that's it. I mean, you get your money back. Einstein worked in a patent office, yes. Randall Carlson is great. I really like Matthew. I really like Randall Carlson. He is fun to listen to, and he has such a passion for knowledge. But he simultaneously, he did an interview with Graham Hancock, and I've read all of Hancock's books. They, from different paths, came to the same conclusion. And one of the things that just is fascinating is, and it may be true, that the North America was under 400, 500, 600 feet of ice or more, and a meteor shower, which, by the way, if you read Graham Hancock's most recent book, it's frightening. We're back in as a solar system and as a planet. We're back in that. We're in the line of those asteroids and comets. I'm never sure of the difference. I know one's ice and the other's a rock, but they both hurt when they hit. But we may be back on a collision course, and it's pretty frightening. Every November I hold my breath, and every 6 months later I hold my breath, which might be coming up soon. Is it June? Because that's what his book says. But anyway, this series of comets, of asteroids or comets hit North America, Europe, and instantaneously, at least in human experience, melted those ice caps, and the water came crashing down and carved out, at least to Carlson, carved out the West and the Grand Canyon. And maybe our ideas that it happened over time are wrong. It may have happened in a massive flood. And Graham Hancock even thinks that well, I'm not going to say that because that could be anti-religious. But anyway, it's fascinating stuff. What happens if market makers, brokers file bankruptcy? Well, they probably won't file bankruptcy, Misty Griggs. The market makers will just, there's no money in all those market makers. Those little market, you see 20 of them, they have no money. There's nothing to file bankruptcy. They'll just walk away from their LLCs. Brokerage firms will just go down, and the market will be so, on the last call I had, maybe I did it on a space call. I must have sounded like a lunatic, but I suggested that one thing everybody could do was start buying puts on prime brokers and brokers. The odds of don't do it with very much money, because the odds are you'll lose that money, 100% of it. But as a protection, big brokerage houses are going to go down. They won't have time to declare bankruptcy. They'll just be wiped out. But the point of your question is, how do you get paid? How do you get paid? Well, you get paid by the DTCC. Trillions, they have trillions of assets that they hold, and the brokerage firms will pay you. But if everything goes down at once, it's unlikely you'll get paid. It's unlikely any of us will get paid. The assets you hold at brokerage firms, they will take from you. And then you'll have to go the legal route to get it back. But in a panic, they'll just take it all from you. So it's not pretty. Oh, I didn't know that, CB. It was burned after it was pillaged. Well, I agree. Baghdad's library and art museum was stolen. I think that's where Dick Cheney sent the troops. He wanted the maps, and I think they wanted the ancient Sumerian texts, which are on rocks. Wow. It must be something to go to the Vatican Library. Kitco News. Yeah, I listened to Kitco. I like Daniela. I'm forgetting her last name right now. I really like her. I've listened to her for a long time. She has a pleasant voice, which is important. But she also, once her interviewee starts talking, she doesn't really interrupt, which is a skill. So it's rare that you waste your time listening to Daniela. I'll look her up. There she is. Here she is all by herself. This is...
Believe it or not, the streets of New York may actually be paved with gold. You've probably walked
Daniela Cambone.
times without realizing the riches.
She's terrific. She's terrific.
The endless cracks and crevices of this lackluster and filthy pavement are discernible scraps of one of mankind's oldest obsessions, gold. Some New Yorkers have
Anyway,
this astonishing...
now she's... It's so typical of her. When she does it, she doesn't call attention to herself. But that's Daniela. And here's a video.
So for a long time,
This is Randall Carlson right here.
never even come out and looked at the landscapes. Said, well, if you can't provide a source for the water, then the floods didn't happen. Basically, is what he said. My issue with it, and it's pretty extended.
That's Randall Carlson talking. Right here.
It seems like that there's an Achilles heel in the whole nose and fractures. The ripples, the current ripples, the giant ripples, which is a huge...
There's Graham Hancock talking to him. Oh. There's Graham Hancock. That's Graham Hancock right there. Very interesting men. Cowboy up. She would be interesting to talk to. Maybe I should. I don't know where she is. Not good. Cowboy up. Young man. I think you're wrong on 2 counts. I'm not afraid to cowboy up, but I ain't no youngster. John Cottrell, so what you're telling us is if we don't sell enough, we may never get paid. I'm not telling you that. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but it's the one risk of going full on to Congress and the media and all that is if everybody gets aware all at once, they'll just stop trading. But I don't think that's going to happen. No, I think you'll have time to sell. I think you'll have time to sell. Your grandfather was a lover? Are you talking about physical lover of Bill Tilden? Bill Tilden was a great tennis player. And he wrote the book about the spin of the tennis ball. I read it when I was in high school. Bill Tilden is a fantastic tennis player. Right now, my hero tennis is Novak Djokovic, who he's now on his 381st week at number one. But Bill Tilden was I guess it was before the Open era, so nobody knows about him, but he was a champion. 65 on the 23rd of March. Wow. You're a young man. You've got 65 is the new 64. Yeah, it's the thing. Life, just as you get it figured out, it's almost over. All right, I'm gonna come right back. I just need to take a break. Too much coffee. Nice out here. It's very nice out here. Very, very nice out here. Oh. Overactive bladder, yeah, overactive bladder. Overactive imagination. Richard Werner. We'll watch it. Werner. Richard Werner. I can't believe this news today, just processing it, and Cindy Lou Who pointed it out, and Otto. This is just amazing news. He's wondering. The one thing about FINRA, they wonder. So I don't know how much more to tell. to tell you guys today. Let me see if Ham put any up while he's... Yeah, Ham put a bunch out that you've heard before, but it's all about how they're just crossing stock, basically, and that it's a rigged game. Anyway, it's almost 6 o'clock. I don't know if I should keep going or not. I could just as soon end right now. I know it wasn't that informative, but can walk my dog, and then yeah, Ham. He right now he can't respond. He's on he's on a jet, but no, Tom, I know we are thinking that way, aren't we? No, they can't get rid of the blue sheets. I don't know who Pauline Betts is. Wow, I'll look it up. Pauline Betts. Bye, Susan. What do I think of Trump being indicted? You know, I've got two reactions. One is I wonder what they're distracting us from, because it seems like a weak case. My second reaction is it's a big mistake. They're gonna make sure he gets. I literally this morning I was thinking about it. He gets all of the attention all of the time. It's very similar to when he ran for office before. He would just not show up at the podium, and MSNBC or CNN would just take a camera on his lectern and empty, and they'd ignore Bernie Sanders having 40,000 people show up, and it was all free publicity. Well, it seems like they're doing it again without realizing it, and I also think it's a sad thing. I mean, I not to get into it, but similar situations. Hillary Clinton's campaign settled, and she never got arrested. Barack Obama settled. He never got arrested. This is going to set up a precedent that is going to just be with us for a long, long time. I'm not sure how this country, unless we start living more civilly, red and blue, conservative, liberal, red, flyover states, coastal states, elite, educated, and hardworking. If we don't start sharing the American dream again, I don't see the country staying together. And I think it could be it could have ramifications we can't think about. Yep, Clark. And Dips Patel, that was really good, a comment there. Paulina Betts was never allowed to compete, considered not a fair game. She married Bob Addy, sports writer of the Post. She founded Cabin John Tennis Club. And wow. You do know they want us to become Communist Party. What? Country. Well, John, you sound like my brother, but I was talking about it with him this morning. Yeah, you might be right. 1 to 2, PS 711 of 2 may have already discussed. Can't listen until later. Light of FOIA, FINRA says should never have been set up. Give all their That's the shit. That is the shit. You got to get, sorry for my language, but you've got to get out in front of that. If their solution is just give the money back, what about the criminals? All the money they sold the stock. Just give their money back. Yeah, Clark, I worry that, anyway, that'll get the whole board upset, but you're not, would still need to figure out how to deliver MBH shares. No, they're not. I'm worried about what whoever, maybe you said it, they'll just give us our cash back? Bullshit. Sorry for my language. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. But NextBridge doesn't have to give us shares. Well, this social credit score is coming here. When I first heard about it a few years ago, it was just China. Now it's coming here. I can't imagine that I would stay in a country, if I had a choice, where I couldn't speak my mind. Richard Werner wrote Princes of the Yen, Japan Central Bankers. Well, that would be interesting. A little funny. Look up mats that were made in 1988 through 1910 and read what it says for each of the top countries. Oh, on maps. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I think it's not the Soviets so much as the CCP right now. But I would like to read that book about the Japanese economy, because that's might be where we're headed. Am I saying that FINRA said such? No. I'm not saying that FINRA said it. Clark, the interest. I mean, why would, for me, I want shares in NextBridge. I think they're worth hundreds of dollars a share right now. I don't want my money back. Why? And the criminals sold short Torchlight for 7 or 8 years. They stripped millions, hundreds maybe, of millions of dollars out of the market. Why do they get to walk away free and they just turn our money back? But that's going to be the solution now that it's in front of Congress, and everyone on Congress is going to say, oh, you got it solved. It's not good. Trump does like the drama because it gets all the attention. Look at what it does. It takes all the attention away from that governor of Florida, and it puts it all on Trump. And I think he's supposed to speak to the nation tomorrow night. Exactly, Clark. And I don't care if you agree with me on your views or not, but I don't want some bureaucrat. It's so Orwellian. But Clark, if they just give our money and interest back, no, I'm not saying that FINRA said that. I don't know how to say this, but I don't think FINRA and SEC are the big players here. They don't have the money, and they're not going to be the source of the solution. Of course, that's my opinion. Yeah, it will be, MKC. I think Wes Christian is filing a lawsuit, and that's not insider information. That was announced. And so my guess is once he files it, he can talk. Exactly. We either get the short squeeze or, get paid. It's hard to get the short squeeze. I'm just looking to see if there's anything on Twitter that's interesting. This is really huge news today, Judd. Isn't there insurance for paying out these big F-ups? I always hear that DTC... No, they have insurance. It's called SIPC, but it doesn't have much money. The ultimate insurance is all the brokerage firms will pay it off. Look, $1 trillion, which is what, at a minimum, I think this should cost. They can afford it. Howard's doing a great job. This is incredible. Marduk is hosting a call. He's usually good. We can see what they're saying.
We've already got that one on board.
And Andrew's on there.
Here, I'm going to call Young Kim's office.
Government Abbott.
I spoke to a Kayla in Congressman Young Kim's office. So I'm going to paste that California office. Hold on, let's see. I don't think he can hear anybody. Should I just kick him?
Yeah, Wish M7, Cindy Lou and Otto were pointing that out, and I was ignoring them without meaning to.
Oh, yo, Robin, say something.
Hey,
okay.
Andrew.
Yo.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to talk to you. Can you not hear Marduk?
I can't hear shit. I'll leave and come back.
Okay.
Fucking awesome.
An obligation of allegiance to the legal order and intend action to violate
No problem.
that obligation. Ooh.
Marduk, if only you were waving your hands and everything, maybe he might have heard you. What I missed? What happened?
CB, you're right.
There we go. Anything, Marduk. What were you saying?
Oh, it's all good.
I watched an interview with Jimmy Rogers a few years ago.
Yeah. Now he doesn't look
3,
like my rabbi.
and he said that. He was in China. They don't use cash. They just use their phones.
And his name is now Michael Knows We Are Going to Win.
You're damn right we're going to win. And I'm going to sit here, and I'm going to continue. I'm going to make another call to Congressman Young Kim's office. I'm going to get someone else's email address, and I'm going to not harass, but I'm going to follow up.
All right.
I'm going to make sure
Richard
that action is being
Werner,
taken.
Princes of the End.
This is huge.
I think I'm going to just turn that off for now because it's hard to carry on more than one conversation. Google, a $1.3 trillion company, is going to weather the recession by cutting back on staplers. Guys, when you're on leverage, it's great when everything's going up. When it comes down, it's painful. All I can find is Raymond Soups on Space Calls. Yep. Well, hey, lucky boy. You're the best boy. Do you want to come up and say hi? Do you want to come up and say hi? You can. You can come up. You can come up. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Oh, that's right. That's right. You can say hi over there, can't you? Can you say hi over there? Oh. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. You want that ear done? You can do that ear too. You can do that ear too. You can get both ears done. You can have both ears done. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. I know. I know. You're a good boy. Bit of a stinker. You're a bit of a stinker. That was lucky. Well, Wish M7. I'm not sure FINRA is screwed. They'll be embarrassed, and there'll be a lot of reckoning and all that. But I wouldn't want to be one of the criminals, because they're going to find out. They're going to find out that the market makers are just useless. They're just funneling for these criminals. And it's going to get really bad for the criminals. That's my opinion. FINRA is just going to be embarrassed because they didn't do their oversight, but they're going to blame it on computers. They'll blame it on, they'll try to point to the brokerage firms that the responsibility is theirs. Everybody's going to point to each other. But ultimately, the crime is going to be discovered. Yeah, FINRA is. I agree with you, Simp. Simp Benji. Yeah, Morty Bojangles. I almost left, and now I'm here. Yeah, I don't know what to do. This is huge news today. We can talk longer, or we can reconvene tomorrow. But I was... Cindy Lou, who gave up on me because I was being so dense. I didn't realize. I thought she was talking about the news that came out Saturday, April 1. Turns out she was talking about new news, and I was just a dunderhead. But anyway, the news that came out today is massive, that Congress is asking for the blue sheets. Well, the news on MMTLP, Morty, is that Congress, I don't know which congressman, asked FINRA, it's their right, it's their subpoena power. They wanted the blue sheets on the trading of MMTLP, which is just, to me, it's the smoking gun, and they're not going to be able to hide it. And if they do hide it, I just don't know how America ever trusts the markets. I think everyone will take their money out of the market. Yeah, Wish M7, they're using the word fraud, but it's in their role to oversee it. The question would be, what did they do about it? And they only gave very limited it was 24 pages, but I'd say there were 3 pages that had new information on it. And I don't think they're not I don't think they're going to say they participated in the fraud. The question is, did they cover it up? And I think they'll even say they didn't do that. They were just doing their normal process. I like oranges and bananas, and I like I didn't live in China. I would have loved to live in China. I lived in Kuala Lumpur. Princes of the Yen. Well, that's true. Well, here, I'll show you the space call. I'll show you the space call. You go to Twitter, and it's literally the first one that comes up for me. MMTLP calling Congress. And you hit it. It's got 383 listeners. I can't get in. If I get into it, I won't get out of it. And I've got to walk my dog and all that. Like he looks like me. They always say that dogs and their owners. I haven't traveled in a long time. Well, Blue Sheets Clark, to me, everyone has different interpretation, I guess. But to me, the Blue Sheets are just asking for time and sales. Basically, every trade on Wall Street, there's a record of it. And Blue Sheets are asking who sold the stock, what time, how much, who bought it, was there a failure to deliver, when the failure to deliver came up, what was done about it, what's in your accounts. And the big secret that Wall Street's going to try to hide, in my judgment, is Wall Street has created a fractional reserve security system. I don't hear anyone else describing it that way, so whenever I say it, I think I sound like I'm crazy. But when you're at a bank, it's fractional reserve banking. In fact, as I said earlier on this call, I heard from one podcast last night that if 1%, simply 1% of depositors at the banks ask for their cash back, the whole system would implode. So it's not 10 to 1 anymore. It's 100 to 1. That's the fractional reserve banking system. Well, that's what bankers and all of their cleverness and greed have done to the security system. They've expanded it beyond. So if you can just be simplistic with me, if you have one certificate comes in from Grandma Jones, they're taking that one certificate, she puts it in her account, and then they're expanding it by lending it out, rehypothecating it. She has to put it in electronically. And by the time it's all done, there might be 1,000 of these shares out there. It's all pyramid scheme. It's really frightening. And so I think there's going to be a full-on effort to discredit you, to discredit the investment in MMTLP. They're going to say it was fraudulent. It should never have happened. Just give them their money back. Well, that's unfair, because the other side of those trades, they took all that money out. So I think lawyers will see that. And luckily in this case, you have some really big whales in the situation that'll never fly. Oh, I didn't see that he said that, Key. Well, he uses these charts, and I don't happen to agree with him. I think this is the low right here. I don't think it's going to go lower. But, you know, if you take that and $5 down to Starbucks, you can buy a cup of coffee. here's the chart on GTII, and if I can just zoom it in a bit, I guess he's taking the 107 like chartists do, and he's saying it could come down and touch this spike here. That looks like 107. Let me look over. Yeah, over here there's this area here, and the low point those days, that's 107. You know, if you really want to go all in, there's a gap there, and that gap, I don't know, 75 cents. I don't know what it is. I just don't see it. I see, this is what let me take a picture and show you what I see. I'm so bad at this, and he's better at it than I am, by the way. I would listen to him over myself. But this is what I see. Wonder why it's not working. Oh, there it is. All right, I gotta undo it. I guess it's not working. All right, let me just see if I can do it. All right, I'll do it like this. This. That's what I see. And I'll show you that. And then I want to show you this. And yeah, I'll just show you those two pictures. I don't want to get overly complicated because I don't know what I'm talking about. Go to Avid, listen to Avid. But here, this is what I see. This is really fat finger, but that's what I see. You know, you gotta ignore how fat it is. It's a little low, but this here should be up a little and it should be a little flatter. But I think the stock just came down to its trend line. That's all I think happened. Yes, it broke down below the 200-day moving average, but it's done that here. It did it here. Right here, it did it and came back up. It's not, there's nothing magical about that. It did it right here and then rallied back up. So that's just testing. It's just testing. Now, the other thing I want to show you is this. The 50-day moving average is crossing the 200-day. So this move down, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 days, just like this one over here was 1, 2, 3, 4 days. This is either 4 or 5 days here. Similar. I think the next move is up in GTII. I don't agree with you that you should get into cash, CB. I think let me just see. I haven't looked at these, but I think let me look at this in a longer time frame. Say 2 years, I guess. Update. That one. Look at that go. Look at this go. That's the XLE. The XLE. If you need another place to put your money, go to the XLE. It closed at around 80. Do you see that? It's hard to show you. But the XLE gapped open, closed at 86. If I had to guess, that's going to 100. There's one. I don't know if they show this one. QQQ. Ah, my phone. Yeah, QQQ. I just think the market's going up. I don't think you should go to cash. I don't think you should go to cash. And if you do go to cash, don't keep it in banks. Oh, I see what you're talking about, CB. I see what you're talking about. Sorry. You're saying if we had cash. Well, I think in the United States of America, I don't think a digital currency is going to work. I think people will start bartering. If you had something I wanted, maybe I'd come over and I don't know what I could do that you'd be interested in, but maybe I'd chop some firewood for you, or edit your book or something. I don't know, but we would do it without payment. Gaps are, look, all charts are trying to do are measure various human emotions when they invest. And gaps are when excitement or depression moves one way or the other. And pretty typically, almost without fail, eventually the gaps are filled. And I don't know if it's become more now because of computers, and they just plug in all this data. A lot of trading is by computers. But the main thing about gaps is just after years of watching stocks, they almost always come back and fill the gap. It's like the stock got ahead of itself or went down too low, and they go try to test it again. I don't know why. It's just a bit of psychology. I think they evidence an order imbalance, which is a height of human emotion, and they're usually breakouts, one way, break out or break down. And I think the reason they get filled is the market wants to know what's there. Are there, if it breaks out and goes up, traders bring it back down because the market wants to know if there's more sellers there. If it really did, typically as the market's going up, you're cleaning out all the sellers. In the case of GTII, there's endless stock for sale. But if there's a breakout, they come down to test that theory to see if there's any more that want to sell down there because, oh my God, it broke out, but now it's back down. Get me out. The market's always about weak hands to strong hands, or vice versa, I suppose. They're just testing on the way up. They come back to test it to see, did everyone sell at that level that wanted to? On the way down, did everyone buy at that level that wanted to? I don't know really what to call it. I guess it's a head fake. It's to shake more shares out in the one direction and shake cash out in the other. Hey, Cindy Lou Who's back. I thought she was mad at me. So Cindy Lou Who, you'll never believe it. Congress asked FINRA for the blue sheet. I'm just kidding you. Cindy is who told everybody on this board about this news. I think she was the first one that came on. She told everyone. and I was being unintentionally obstinate and not not relaying it. Howie, Clam Man, you were mad? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. But you were probably frustrated. So we listened to a bit of the space call, and the guy summarized it all, but I just couldn't listen more. So Cindy, if you have any further thoughts, personally, I think it's explosive, and I also think there's a risk that we have to make sure that our message doesn't get warped by them. People cared. I just didn't. You're talking to me. You said I didn't care. You said I didn't care. You mean I didn't care, and that was unintentional. Of course I care. I just didn't know. Cindy, I actually thought when you first started that the news you were talking about was Saturday night, and I went off and running as if I was right about that. Little did I know there was more to the story, so it was my fault. All right, you don't have to talk about it anymore. It's a beautiful day. Have they played the final for the NCAA yet? I don't think so. Oh yeah, you were. Pico's bill's great, I think, and there were a couple other. That 100 guy is really sharp, and a few others. But yeah, that I enjoyed listening to Pico's bill. Games at 9:20. Well, I'm going to go with San Diego State. Of course, I'll be wrong. UConn's pretty good too, I guess. But yeah, I didn't make any money on my whatever you call that thing, grid. Really? San Diego's, I went to a baseball game. I flew in. My mother used to live there. It's a beautiful city. But the last time I was there, I had an afternoon to kill before my flight. So I went to a game. It's a small city. I walked around a lot. It's not that big. I'm downtown, I mean. Well, Warren, I think the meeting with, hey, Brenda and Ella, I think their meeting on Wednesday might not be I'm a little confused about the timeline, but that might be delayed a bit because the judge granted a month's extension, or the SEC did. I'd have to sit down with the various releases, but there's at least one source that gave an additional month. It might have been the SEC. So anyway, my supposition is the gamemanship by Alpine to have their attorney resign, whether intentional or not, is going to mean that the judge has to give them a little more time. I think their time is, the Alpine's time is almost up. Well, it is expensive. It didn't used to be, but I suppose it's expensive. I guess everyone there works for the Navy or is retired from the Navy or something. It's a beautiful city. Hey, unbelievable city. So anyway, thank you, John Cottrell. I might just go to 6:45 and then go walk my dog. So maybe another 5 or 6, 7 minutes, and try to get to work that way on my dog. My knees are hurting. It's a gorgeous day here. Absolutely gorgeous. When you live in London, you don't realize how fortunate we are. In London, it's very rare that the sky stays blue all day. It happens, but it's rare, very rare. Very rare. All right, John Cottrell. Anyway, I don't know what else to talk about. One gap is a head fake. I don't know if that's true, CB. I think the gap... Look, a gap means that, for example, today in the XLE, just looking at a neutral story, the XLE, oh, Lord. In the XLE, this is the energy complex, it gapped open and stayed above. Why? Because oil price, they announced a reduction in oil production. So it gapped from about 83 to 86. And now there's that gap. Will it be filled right away? Maybe not. It's interesting. As I'm looking at it, there was a gap here. See that gap? Maybe that's why it jumped above it. But it's just you'll see it here too. It gaps down, and then all of a sudden it's back up through it. It's like a, I don't know. It's like missing data. It's like, well, in this case, on that announcement, the bid and ask obviously went up. Everyone jumped up. Well, it skipped if there was any selling down in here. So yeah, it's a little like a head fake. So they'll bring it back down just to clean out these orders, and then it'll go. I don't know that it's going to come back, though. It doesn't have to come back right away. Anyway, charting is all a bunch of hogwash. It works, though. That's why people do it. But it's, at the end of the day, the stock trades. Well, Key, on a traffic ticket, Alpine has lawyers. They have a lot of money. And they claim to do a great service. We have to stop worshiping on the altar of bankers. That's what we have to stop doing. They provide very little, very little. But that might be why, because they argue. What Alpine filed is they challenged the constitutionality of FINRA being able to expel Alpine. It's taken 2 years, but they had the attorneys that came up with this ridiculous argument. I don't think you could go in and say to the municipal authorities that they didn't have a constitutional right to give you a ticket. Well, that's right, Cindy Lou Who. I said that, but you probably saw it, where Wes Christian, in one of his interviews, maybe with the CEO of GNS, it might have been. Anyway, he had an interview, and he said that his daddy used to tell him if they can pay those fines, they have a lot of money. They must be making a lot of money. So 4 more minutes, and I might call it. I feel like I wasted your time tonight, and I'm sorry, because I focused on news from Saturday. But I'll do better tomorrow. Alpine did shift millions to the Cayman Islands. Absolutely. They all do that thing. And that's why they're just trading until it's over with. And that's why they're keeping the pressure down now. So, hey, lucky boy. Out here in Maryland, the skies are white most of the time. That could be a song. Yeah, Lucky's right here. Absolutely, it could stir up a storm. But what'll be interesting is if the blue sheets, if they go ahead and go back months, it's going to show the criminality that happened for 6 months, a year. And I hope they didn't just ask for 3 days. I hope they asked for a whole year. And then it's going to educate Wall Street, the people on Wall Street that don't know about it, and it's going to educate Congress, and it might educate occasional journalists and the public. And we got to protect the public. Am I to understand that this crunchy frog has bones in it? Yes, well, it wouldn't be crunchy if it didn't. All right. All right, I think since it's 6:45, I'm going to say goodnight, and I thank all of you. And I wish I'd done a better job today. Probably a lot of nervous crooks. Yeah, I think there's a lot of nervous crooks. Yeah, I would think so. Look, it's just because Gensler doesn't enforce the rules, it's all against the rules. So they're going to be in trouble, and they're criminal. It's criminal. Securities fraud is criminal. Stealing money is criminal. Not paying your taxes is criminal. And not walking my dog is criminal. So anyway, I'm going to say goodnight, and wish everyone peace and love and happiness. Ciao.